It gives me immense pleasure to learn that the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, in collaboration with Kellen Media Research and Book Review,
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah. So, sir, with your permission, we can start.
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So now we are going to start this 3-day international conference, and I, on behalf of this organizing team of this conference, hand over this session to our faculty member, Ms. Said Afrin, faculty of Program of Psychology. She will be continuing this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Bijoy sir. Good morning, one and all present here. I, Syed Afrin, Assistant Professor from Humanities and Social Sciences, Psychology Program, Assam Downtown University, welcome you all to this virtual international conference on strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality. Experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19, organized by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati, in collaboration with Callum Meda Research and Book Review Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Wolo University, Ethiopia. Before we begin our program, I would like to give a special mention to Dr. Bijoy Das, conference convener, Dr. Asha Sharma and Dr. M.K. Deb, the co-conveners. Now, we will commence today's program by reciting the Saraswati Vandana, which will be presented by Monisha Das from Psychology Program.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या सुप्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करावृत्तिभिः देव सदा वन्दिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निश्चेर्जदापः शुक्लं ब्रह्मा विशरसरपरमा अद्यं जगदापिने वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जग्धाधकारापः हस्ते स्फटिकमालिकां विदधती पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवती बुद्धिप्रदा शारदा बुद्धिप्रदा शारदा ॐ Thank you.
Thank you, Monisha, for the delightful recitation. Now, I would like to invite our Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, Professor Chandrakanta Gogoi sir, to give his welcome speech.
Hello, good morning to everybody. I, on behalf of the Faculties of Humanities and Social Sciences, feel extremely pleased to present my inaugural speech. Hello, good morning to everybody. Honorable Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, Honorable Professor Dean of Studies, Honorable President Trustee, Madam Goyasi, Managing Trustee, Jyotisman Dr. Sir, other distinguished guests, members of Advisory Board, conveners, coordinators, co-conveners, and the organizing team of this great occasion. This is international conference, as you know, on a very, very important theme, that is strategic response towards promoting sustainable gender equality experience from outbreak of COVID-19. This is organized in collaboration with the Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Olo University, Ethiopia. This international conference is a great occasion in the context of faculties of Humanities and Social Science, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati. This is my pleasureful opportunity to say a few words in this distinguished gathering on the occasion of an international webinar organized by this faculty. It is also pleasing to note that this conference is organized with the collaborative help of several scholars of international eminence. First of all, therefore, I must thankfully appreciate my esteemed faculty members of social sciences and humanities for their venture to explore a very interesting as well as important issues dealing with gender issues, which is not only of sociological importance, but of having wide-ranging dimensions in the field of social sciences. Secondly, gender equality or inequality, whatever we call, is considered as an important parameter of sociological research and investigation throughout the world, because this not only is the basic, but having wide-ranging dimensions to determine social structure, change, and development in human society globally, as well as a result of gender issues. The third one is one important aspect I would like to mention in this context, that it is a prominent subfield of sociological investigation, that is the study of gender issues. Gender equality or inequality is a prominent subfield because the basic issues of society, that is, these are social position, social status, social developmental processes, are all determined by the existing or very social structure of the society. Social structure varies from society to society all over the world. Even in the same country, we find there are a wide-ranging varieties of social structure from one region to another. That is why it is not only the position, status, and role of individuals, but the identity of persons varies to a great extent. And because of such variation, society differs. Society differs from one region to another, one place to another, from one historical moment to another. This is therefore, at the beginning, I mentioned that this is a very important dimension for sociological research. Since last century, sociologists have contributed a lot of important studies, important research, and parameters in this direction. Hopefully, we believe this is one very interesting subject for discussion and research. And our eminent persons of interesting international as well as national importance, with their excellent contributions in their own field of study, will definitely contribute some new dimensions of thinking and to make a new field of research in social sciences. This is an opportunity And this opportunity of international interaction of the eminent scholars should be utilized academically, intellectually, as far as possible for the future research and to contribute something well-being of the society. With these pandemic situations all over the world, things are changing. Things are changing in all dimensions of social life. Therefore, we find that nowhere there is an stable order of society. Society having its dynamic character because of its new situations daily emerging. We find a new areas of research and investigation as well as thinking. I hope the contributions of the eminent international as well as national scholars and the participants of our esteemed faculty members and students will definitely contribute towards the growth of a new dimension of thinking of society. With these few words, I welcome all. I welcome all to this important conference and their fruitful interactions in the different subheadings, sub-themes of the conference organized by the society, organized by the social science faculties. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. The theme for this virtual international conference is strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality, experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19. Now, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Asha Sharma, co-convener of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, to address today's theme.
A virtual good morning to all the respected dignitaries. So I'm going to speak very briefly about the the, the concept about the current international virtual seminar. So the COVID-19 pandemic is having a considerable impact on our health, economy, and society, and not least when it comes to gender. Gender-based violence has long been the greatest threat to the security of women and other vulnerable groups around the world, especially in the conflict-affected areas. COVID-19, also known as the shadow pandemic, has only compounded this situation. COVID-19 is simultaneously threatening efforts to address broader structural gender inequalities and promote peace, which are the key targets of the Sustainable Development Goals and the United Nations Security Council resolution on women, peace, and security, which this year marks its 20th anniversary. For one, lockdown measures to address COVID-19 are having a major impact on women's livelihood and income. The informal sector, where women represent a significant proportion of workers, is the most vulnerable, with people often reliant on their daily income with no or little savings available to help buy increasingly costly food supplies. When sources of income decreases, Food security, which walks hand in hand with displacement and social turbulence, is rapidly becoming a major concern. So this disproportionately affects women and children in both nutritional and personal security terms. Household economic pressures are compounded by the fact that women and girls carry out three-quarters of unpaid care work, with lockdown only adding to their responsibilities for looking after their children and the sick relatives. So economic pressures definitely would play a very, very important role in exacerbating the harmful gender norms. Narratives of women as soft, weak, and defenseless are used to justify and uphold ideals of masculinities that position men as strong protectors, ready to use violence when necessary to protect their own. Yet, at times of crisis like this, the societal pressure to protect and provide for families is increasingly challenging for men, and frustration and violence can often be directed inward within the home. This increased demands on women and the doubling down of traditional gender norms combined with increased gender-based violence will affect women's ability to lead, convene, and participate in ongoing reconciliation or peace-building efforts in their communities. Muting their voices is a space that is already challenging for them to access is a dangerous game at a time when global tensions are increasing, not reducing. In societies where women play important roles as mediators or are involved in conflict and dispute resolution, such demands will curtail their future ability to play a role in promoting peace and stability. As increasingly restrictive emergencies legislation was introduced across the globe, we have also seen worrying examples of the erosion of women's sexual reproductive rights. This is having a disproportionate impact on women and other marginalized groups, such as those with the non-binary gender entities and those living in poverty and in conflict-affected contexts and humanitarian settings. All of these consequences indicate a need for both short and long-term measures to avoid exacerbating gender inequalities and undermining peace. So this 3-day virtual conference has been carried out with the expected outcome that it would help us to come up with policies for gender equality. So with this, I come to an end with my speech. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Asha ma'am, for this lovely, we got to know about the. Just a second. Thank you, Asha ma'am, for addressing today's theme. Now I would like to invite our Chief Patron, Honorable Chancellor of Assam Downtown University, Dr. N.N. Datta, to deliver his speech.
Good morning to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to learn that the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, in collaboration with Kellen Media Research and Book Review, Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Wulu University, Ethiopia, is organizing a virtual international conference on strategic responses towards promoting a sustainable gender equality, experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Considering the need of the hour, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences is trying to do away with one of the burning topics of our society that has recently been set aflame during the pandemic phase. The ill effects of COVID-19 pandemic could exacerbate existing inequalities for women and girls in various spheres, from health and economy to security and social protection, from frontline healthcare workers and to caretakers at home. Women working in the informal economy, insecure labor markets have intensified the inequality. The pandemic has shown an exponential increase in domestic violence against women and girls. I'm sure with the panel of eminent speakers, this conference will be very fruitful and knowledgeable for you all. My best wishes to the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. I look forward to the successful completion of the event.
Thank you, sir. Now, Pravina Ramanathan from Florida, USA is our first keynote speaker for the session. Pravina Ramanathan is a consultant and motivational speaker on human rights, inclusion, equity, and diversity. She has worked as an equal opportunity officer for the University of West Florida. Before moving to Florida, Pravina ma'am worked as an organizer for Hillary for America and Michigan coordinated campaign from August 2016 to November 2016. As it is already midnight in the United States, we are grateful to you, ma'am, for taking your precious time out for us. In 2012, she was conferred with the Fulbright Specialist Award and taught American Constitution, American Civil Rights legislation to undergraduate and graduate law students in the law school at Christ University in Bangalore. And the list goes on and on about her comprehensive and passionate work towards human rights. We now begin our program by the first keynote session by Pravina Ramanathan.
Thank you. Namaste, and I can truly say good morning.
Good morning.
As you said, it is midnight for me, and but I'm really, really excited to be here, and I'm honored actually that you have invited me to come and give a talk on such an important topic, because it's a very relevant topic of gender inequality and COVID-19. And let me try to get my, I don't know whether you're able to see my presentation. Just a second. Are you able to see the presentation thing? Hello?
Ma'am, not yet.
Okay. Still not. It's still not coming on?
No, ma'am. Ma'am,
Oh,
can you try to click present now, and there should be one enable button.
yeah, 1 second. Let me
Okay.
get out. Okay, I did that present now, and then a window. Okay, there you go. And for whatever reason, yes, share. Sorry about this. So, how about now? Is it coming through? Not yet?
Sometimes it takes a while to appear in the screen.
Okay. Okay, let me.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
It's perfectly fine, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Okay, but you still are not able to see my presentation, right? You can. Okay. Let me talk about. You did do introduce me to people and give some information about me. I did work as a civil rights enforcer for the state of Michigan, and then most recently worked as an equal opportunity officer for University of West Florida. So throughout my professional life, I have been trying to get rid of the inequalities, so to say, by working on cases of discrimination or where people feel that they have been treated unequally and file complaints. And that's what I have been dealing all through. And most recently, I have been giving talks and doing presentations and consulting and so on and on. Today's topic is the symposium is a very, very important topic. I don't know how many of you think about last year around this time. I do think about it a lot because last year around this time, life was way different for all of us. Coronavirus, we kind of started hearing some rumbling about it in a place called Wuhan, China, and never ever expected that within a year's time, it is going to impact all of us all over the world, and life has changed considerably. The new normal is this: we are meeting people via Zoom and Google meetings and things like that, and but thank God for technology. At least we are able to do that, and so that's a blessing. But in USA, first coronavirus case was reported on 20th January 2020 in Washington State, which is in the northwest part of USA. That patient had returned to the USA after visiting family in Wuhan, China. Shortly after that, President Donald Trump closed the US borders to any non-US resident traveling from China. Travel from the rest of the world continued, and as of May 2020, all 50 states recorded cases of coronavirus. And it started spiking, and as you all know, the numbers are really, really huge here in USA when it comes to COVID-19. On November 22nd, 2020, it's today, or yesterday, we have 12.5 million COVID positive cases in US. Last week, one day, we had 195,000 positive cases. It's really scary when we think about those numbers. As of now, as we are speaking, more than 80,000 people are in hospital, and about 260,000 people have died. Well, there is some light at the end of the tunnel flickering with the vaccines coming. So there are 2 vaccines that they have now approved, and people are feeling a little positive about this. And we are just hoping that the distribution will be equitable, because we are talking about inequality today. So I thought we have to talk about a little bit, about that too. Right now, this week, we have something called as Thanksgiving here in USA. The last Thursday of November is the Thanksgiving Day, which is a major, major holiday, and people travel from all over to go visit their family. And it's considered the most travel, the week where most traveling happens by air, by driving, by road. And people go visit their parents, grandparents, get together and have the Thanksgiving meal and have a good time for 3-4 days, and then head back to from where they came. But this year, the Center for Disease Control, as well as all the healthcare officials and a lot of mayors of the cities and governors, etc., have literally been pleading with the people, saying that please don't travel. More than the fear of whether they are passing on something while they are in the plane, they're worried about what these younger people or people who are not showing any signs are taking with them when they are visiting their parents and grandparents who are aged and have health issues, underlying health issues, and they're truly concerned about in 3 weeks' time, what are we going to see? With the numbers being so high as it is, and the hospitals are brimming with cases, they're worried about it. As always, half of the population listened to it and stayed home and are doing Zoom or Google or however, whichever way they can meet with the family and have a Thanksgiving meal that way together. And half of the population did not listen and they traveled. So we are all keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that nothing bad will happen. Moving on, it is impossible to ignore racial, ethnic, gender, and income disparities present in those impacted by COVID-19. COVID-19 was once called the Great Equalizer because of its potential to infect anyone and everyone at the pandemic speed. But data on mortality rates tell a different story. And 33% of patients who are hospitalized were Black, although they represent only 18% of the community. Death rates among Black people, 92.3 deaths per 100,000 population. For Hispanics, the death rate is 74.3 per 100,000. And for whites, it's 45.2 deaths per 100,000. I don't think there has been much research done for Asian Americans, so there's no data that I can quote here. Before, what COVID-19 did was it has laid open the inequalities, and it's glaring at us now, the inequalities that we have in the society. So what causes this inequality? Well, we have to look at the bias and prejudice that exists in all our societies. In US, there are deep-rooted biases and prejudices. Let's face it, we all are human beings and we all have biases and prejudices. But what we do with those biases and prejudices makes us different, right? I mean, we cannot carry that with us and act on it. So, but here it is deep-rooted prejudices and biases amongst a lot of people, which has led to racism, sexism, color bias, religion bias, etc. As I shared with you, my work has been, civil rights. And as a civil rights enforcer, the law that I used to follow was the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Beginning in 1940s, when the Black Americans started an organized movement for civil rights because they were not being treated equally, a lot of other people joined them, people of other people of color, lots of white people, people of different religion, and also women joined them. And it gained strength in the 50s and 60s, and finally it led to the enactment of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. In 1964, US Congress sought to eliminate the problems of segregation and discrimination in the country so that all people can enjoy equal rights and participate equally in the society without bias toward the gender, race, or color of a person. This act prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, national origin, and sex. And today we are talking about gender, so we are talking about sexism or sex discrimination. Gender is part of our daily life, and it is connected to societal norms and expectations. Expectations are connected to how men and women are to act and behave. Societies say very clearly, many of the societies as to this is how the men are supposed to behave, and this is how the women are supposed to behave, and they expect it. And if you step out of that behavioral norm, then they look at you like, what are you doing? Or, that you're not staying within the boundaries that the society has set for you as a woman or as a man, mostly for women. How we care to act or behave is connected to roles and role performances that are assigned to us by the society. Parents, many times, at least here in American society, create a gendered world for the newborn by birth announcement and dress, using different colors like pink and blue, etc. Pink for girls and blue for boys. And if you dress your child, boy, in pink, it looks odd. And anyway, once a gender is ascribed, the social order constructs and holds individuals to strongly gendered norms and expectations. The societal values on gender. Hello? As men and women gender is socially constructed identity, has implications as it relates.
Hello, ma'am. Some problem is there, I think.
Everyone is requested to keep themselves muted since we're not being able to hear Pravina ma'am. Everyone kindly keep yourself muted.
Okay, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Gender is a socially constructed identity. As a socially constructed identity, creates the social statuses, has implications as it relates to their rights and responsibilities, like, for example, being a breadwinner versus a homemaker. This gender oppression as systems are very oppressive to women, and men want to and dominate women. Patriarchy provides male privilege. We are part of the problem in this social system. So are we willing to be part of the solution? I think we need to. Patriarchy is also tied to power, resources, and access. I just looked around, did some research, and found out some interesting facts when it comes to gender. In matrilineal traditions, property transfers from mother to daughter, seen among the First Nation people, which is the American Indians, as we call them here. And I know sometimes in India people call them Red Indians, but it's a pejoratory word and it should not be used. But they are Indians, native people who were here before Columbus came here. So that's First Nation. We call them First Nation. And the property transfers from mother to daughter in First Nation people, including the Cherokee, the Minotun, Hopi, Navajo tribes, etc. Matrilineal traditions are also seen in Kerala, in the northeastern part of India, and Bunds community in Karnataka. Matrilineal seen in some tribes in Africa, Picti of Scotland, Basque of Spain and France, Ashanti of Ghana, the Gambia, and in Papua New Guinea. Besides being matrilineal, matrilocal is also seen, which means the husband stays in the wife's community. And those are some of the interesting factors about gender and gender roles or societal norms when it comes to gender in those communities. Let's look at income, wealth, and gender. In the 80s, US women earned 60 cents to $1 a man earned. In 2019, women earned a little over 80% of a man's earning for the same job. So women has to continuously strive to get the equal thing, which to catch up is a very difficult situation. She has to earn many more months to catch up what a man made in a year, she has to work for additional several months to make as much as what a man made in a year. In 2009, President Obama signed into act Lilly Ledbetter Equal Pay Act, because there were a lot of cases being filed of discrimination when women realized that for the same kind of work that they have been doing as the men are doing, men get paid much higher than women did. So they started filing complaints about it. And finally, President Obama signed into law saying that women should get paid equally for the same kind of job that she does as a man does. And there shouldn't be inequality. But we have to go many more years before women really will catch up the income disparity that they have been experiencing all these years. Globally, women held 30% of wealth, and in US, women hold about 31% of wealth. Women's work and labor goes uncounted. Working at home, caregiving, etc. Women tend to wear two hats. They go out, they work with their profession or wherever they're working, and they come home immediately. If they have children, they become, they wear the hat for mother, or, wear the hat for wife. And if they're taking care of elderly parents, then of a daughter-in-law or a daughter, doing all that work, and a second work starts at that point. But this labor goes uncounted for. And women gathering water, fuel, and fodder is not counted toward GDP. Impacts this income disparity impacts retirement for women in US. What I mean by that is most of the women, because of their income being low, and also women tend to work, or women-oriented jobs tend to pay less. Like, for example, teachers. Most of the teachers are women, and teachers are paid low. Whereas men-oriented jobs, like in the finance industry or some other industries that men tend to work more, usually pays much higher. So that kind of disparity is also there. And women tend to lean on what is called as social security retirement. That is, as long as you are earning, a part of your earnings is paid into the social security account, which is like a retirement fund. And the employer also pays part of the money, or it pays equal amount to what the employee pays. But if you don't have a job, then you don't have that money going into social security. That means your retirement has been impacted. And COVID-19 has, taken a toll on women's retirement income. Working women in developing world is high because of poverty. Feminization of poverty is an important issue for social workers, along with domestic violence, violence against women, honor killings, etc. There's so many issues that we can talk about gender and gender differences. Women and COVID-19. Women face profound challenges imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Women are the primary caregivers. Children learning from home. What happened is this, at least in US, when the schools got closed in spring, or in March, April, May, the schools here closed. The school year ends in the middle of June. So until then, all the education happened online, and mostly mothers were the ones who were helping the children who were learning from home. Then there's also the issue of children in poverty because of the income loss, because most of these mothers had to go for reduced hours or could not go to work. Income dropped, and poverty set in, and there's food insecurity, which led to feeding their children, feeding their family. And even today in the news I watched, there were long lines of people going into food banks to get food. And these are people who held jobs and were doing okay, but COVID-19 has changed their life, and now they are going to get, because they have to feed their family. So there's a lot of food insecurity that women are facing too. And many of them are also caring for elderly, and all these things are impacting women. Women concentrated in low-paying jobs and work as first responders, and so have to work putting themselves at risk. Women here in US tend to work, as I earlier talked about, low-paying jobs or professions which are low-paying. And several of them work in what is still called essential workers, grocery stores, as grocery store clerks, or they may be working in fast food places like McDonald's or KFC. And, so they are putting themselves at risk because those are considered essential jobs. They go to work and putting themselves at risk. That's the other aspect of COVID-19 and women. Increasing domestic violence and women staying in violent homes, because once the stay-at-home order came in, they're kind of closed in with their abuser. And that's another issue that even UN is looking into, and it's alarming thing that we have to think about. Healthcare access and barriers. What I mean by that is women had to pay more mostly for the health insurance than men because of their reproductive years and the reproductive needs and things like that. And there were a lot of barriers. Historically, if you look at it, there's not much research done on women's health issues. And when there's not much research done and not much data provided, the resources allocated, our resources are not allocated for some of the issues that women are facing because there's not much data to present there. So there have been a lot of barriers when it came to healthcare and accessing healthcare for women to begin with. And now with COVID-19, it has just compounded that problem. And when we talk about healthcare, it has been a big issue here. And only in 2010, for the first time, President Obama again brought into legislation what we call the Affordable Care, or more popularly known as the Obamacare healthcare. Until then, the healthcare was, most of the people could not afford it because of the insurance premiums or the prices. And you got health insurance if you work because the employer provided you, but you also paid part of the premium, but at least part of the premium was paid by the employer. And if you had underlying conditions or pre-existing conditions, you could not be insured. And so lot of things that are there in healthcare that needs to be corrected. And President Obama, when he did this affordable healthcare, he made it easier for people to get insurance on their own, and pre-existing conditions thing was removed. Even if you have pre-existing conditions, you still get insurance. So all those things came in, but the current administration is still fighting to get rid of Affordable Care Act. And right now, it is in the Supreme Court, US Supreme Court, and we are all waiting to see what will come out of it. But again, COVID-19 has made issues much worse. Like if you talk about pre-existing conditions, anyone who has had COVID-19 is considered to be a person who has pre-existing condition. And if that is removed, then you can just imagine how many people will not have health care and what are they going to do with it. For many women, COVID-19 challenges lack of support in family caregiving, frontline occupations, increase women's exposure to COVID-19 infections, and the critical outcomes follows that. By September 2020, 865,000 women left jobs. Here I'm talking about COVID-19, the childcare and employment issues that are affecting women. So 865,000 women left jobs because of childcare or caregiving. That is 4 times the number of men who left labor force. That's a huge, huge number. And in that number, we have the highest percentage in that is African American or Black women, followed by Latino women. The recession, because of COVID-19, the greater employment losses was for women, because the first employment losses were mostly women who were laid off or who lost their jobs when the recession set in. And most of these women were also working in the low-paying jobs, and restaurants closed or businesses closed or whatever, and they lost their jobs. The unemployment crisis has been compounded by the closures of schools and daycare centers. And without daycare centers or childcare, many of these women could not go to work, even if their work was still there. They could not go to work, or they had to reduce the number of hours that they were working because they had to be around their children, and there was no childcare. So the caregiving burdens have fallen disproportionately on women. Working mothers are quitting to take care of kids, and the US job market may never be the same after this pandemic. And or it may take many, many years before women reach where they had reached and were striving to reach in the job market. Mothers continue to shoulder majority of family caregiving responsibilities, as they have both historically and even during the pandemic. And in that, mothers of color are most affected due to the intersectionality of racial, gender, and ethnic biases. So compared to white women, women of color are doing even worse. And because they're not seen as equal to white women or men. And there has been very little focus on the needs and challenges. Again, as I was talking, not much research done, and because of that, not much resources are allocated to their problems. At the start of COVID-19 and lockdown, shutdowns, whatever, and the businesses being closed, many industries laid off or temporarily job loss occurred. And it was mostly women who were affected by that. The non-essential healthcare workers faced temporary job loss. What I mean by this is maybe they were medical aides or technical people, housekeeping people, that is people who do the cleaning and things like that. So a lot of them, again, women who worked in those jobs lost their job. 70% of jobs which are held by women in education and health services are the jobs that cannot be done in remote settings. You have to be there. So that was another effect that was on, heavy on women. The state and local government workers, a large majority are state government and local government workers are women. And the states and the local governments are laying off people because of money crunch and economy being what it is. So women are being laid off in that jobs because mostly it is women who work in those jobs. Again, issue of childcare, I keep talking about it because that has become one of the major issues, and that has taken a toll on women. Result of variety of factors, policy choices grounded in racism and sexism, low-wage workers, single mothers, we have a lot of them here, and it's been very, very difficult on them. And the women of color are not in the economic position to leave the paid labor force to care for their children, and COVID-19 pandemic is pushing them into poverty and a lot of insecurities like food insecurity I talked about earlier. It's significant negative effect on women's employment and labor force participation rates, negative impact on current and their future earnings. Again, retirement security, because if you're not earning, then there is no money going into Social Security Fund, which is your retirement, and so people are losing that retirement security. And gender equity, that's how it is affected in workplaces and or inequity in workplaces and homes. We must consider both, when we are responding to this, we must consider both direct and indirect health impact on women, especially the marginalized women, that is the one who are working, the low wage, frontline workers, domestic caregivers, those who work in travel industry, tourism industry, restaurants, and food production, because these are all the businesses that have been heavily affected every time shutdown occurs. Right now, we are again in shutdown mode in several cities and states in this country. So again, that impact is very heavy. and women in unstable living situations, or those experiencing abuse and mental health concern. These are all the things to consider now when we are looking into the data or research or providing help or legislations that may come out of this once we survive this phase. These are the issues that we have to look at. Data suggests that the pandemic could exacerbate existing barriers to healthcare that women face. Like I talked about, the barriers of not really getting proper healthcare or having to pay higher than what men pay because of their reproductive health. And then women of color, it just is much more compounded than what white women face. Women with low incomes, women with disabilities, and women living in rural areas. So there's a whole lot of different aspects when it comes to inequality, women, and COVID-19. As unemployment skyrockets and stock market dips, women and people of color may not be able to pay for COVID-19 related or other healthcare. Again, we are all waiting with fingers crossed about affordable healthcare or Obamacare as to what the Supreme Court will decide, whether to get rid of that or cut some of the things that has been offered through that, and what will happen. And now with COVID-19, loss of job, not having employer paying for your health insurance, and the rates of health insurance going up. And if you are a survivor of COVID-19 or your family members have survived COVID-19, then you have pre-existing conditions. So those are some of the things that we have to think about and look into. I talked a little earlier about domestic violence, and that's something literally every society in this world has experienced. Women have experienced, women have been treated badly, and if you look at it in every society. Not much data has been collected yet in USA on COVID-19 crisis and domestic violence, but several states have reported increase in complaints of domestic violence. The stay-at-home orders create a worst-case scenario for individuals suffering from domestic violence, because you are living with your abuser and there's no escape route. You don't have friends coming and visiting you, or you cannot summon someone to come and help you, and it's a very, very difficult situation. With rise in domestic violence reports, there's a need for more current and standardized modes of reporting the actionable domestic violence. That's in COVID-19 era, COVID-19 time, we have to look at how to report and how to help women. Physicians and healthcare personnel must be made aware of increased incidences of domestic violence during COVID-19 pandemic so they can intervene. Media and social media can play a big role. It should also be leveraged while stay-at-home orders are in place to reach a wider audience and provide support. Again, that's another data that we all have to wait and see what comes out and how to help. What can be done? I talked about data. I'm again going to talk about data. We need to collect data and make sure that gender-related data collection of COVID-19 and its effects is done systematically. Because right now, when we look at it, there have been some articles written of people questioning about, are you really noting down how it is affecting women and girls? And I don't think there's a whole lot of data still collected or being collected in that way, but it has to be done systematically. The COVID-19 ethos, the opportunities for social advocacy, social action, addressing systemic racism, sexism. Here, the legal profession and social workers have possibilities to collaborate to advance humanity with dignity. As Dr. Martin Luther King, the civil rights leader in the US, said, "I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be." This is the way our world is made. No individual or nation can stand out boasting of being independent. We are interdependent. So profound and true. We have lots of opportunities for international collaboration by sharing ideas, engaging in collaborative research, and advancing knowledge. Lots of work needs to be done. Let's advance humanity and get the job done. Before closing, I would like to say that we in the US now are excited that one of our own, Honorable Kamala Harris, is Vice President-elect. She has shattered the glass ceiling, and we are hopeful women's issues and people of color's concern would get the due attention that it deserves. I am very proud that another woman, Indian American, who looks like me, is the vice president elect. So that's so wonderful. And I would like to end by just saying the prayer. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May we all be protected. May we all be nourished. May we work together with great energy. May our intellect be sharpened. Let there be no animosity amongst us. Om, peace, peace, peace. And with that, I would like to again say thank you to all of you for giving me this opportunity. I'm truly touched. And I know it's nighttime for me. So I will bid you goodbye and wish you all the best for this wonderful symposium and conference. And thanks again. Have a great conference.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really insightful. What you talked about was rising cases of COVID-19, impact of COVID-19, gender inequality. We got to know about gender inequality, women and COVID-19, from being the primary caregiver to facing domestic violence. Thank you, ma'am. That was really, really insightful.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite our Dean of Studies, Professor Vandana Datta of Assam Downtown University, to say a few kind words.
Good morning. At the very outset, as the Dean of Studies of Assam Downtown University, I welcome all the participants of today's webinar. I am really very happy that the Faculty of Humanities have organized a internationally organized webinar today on a burning topic, which is indiscrimination or indiscriminate behavior or indiscriminate systems which is present in our society among the women. So which, as a woman, I think we should think for it, we should work for them as a student of humanities. So due to the effect of COVID-19, generally the women folk, those who are domestic worker, those who are work in some field or in some brick industries or in some other industries also as a helper, they are suffered like anything and which affect their family life also. I think in this platform, there will be some remedial measure and findings, and there will be some exchanges of ideas from different authors or different learned members. So from that, we'll be able to collect some ways and means for the removal, and I request our faculty members, especially to the Humanities, Department of Humanities, that they will implement their ideas and try to remove these problems and implement this in the rural societies for the promotion of rural development program. I am happy that our faculty members have maintained relationship with the University of Ethiopia. So I think we will maintain the good relationship with these universities and maintain a good relationship with the two countries. I really appreciate our faculty members for their effort and hard work. And in near future also, I think they will try to maintain it for the development of the department. I really appreciate. Thank you for their effort and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Long live Assam Downtown University. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Up next, we have our next speaker, Dr. Tes B. He's working in one of the country's state-owned universities named Wolo University. He has worked as a lecturer in the Department of Foreign Language and Literature for at least 5 years. Along with his teaching profession, he was also serving as a public and external relation director. Fun fact about Dr. Tesfaye is that he went to India for pursuing his PhD degree. Now, I would like to invite Director of International Relations, Wolo University, Ethiopia, Dr. Tesfaye B. Gizanmi. Sir, you are muted.
Now it's okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Shall I begin?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm Tesfaye from Ethiopia, Wolo University, and really I'm glad to see my friend Dr. Bijoy. We are together in Assam University, and this is a big opportunity for all of us to bring a strong link between our university and the international university, Indian universities, particularly Assam Downtown University, and hopefully our relation will be more stronger for the future. So thank you for the organizers, Wolo University, College of Agriculture, Department of Rural Development, and thank you also for Assam Downtown University for just making this wonderful program, to prepare this wonderful program. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished audiences. As you are only aware, we are in the midst of the crisis like no other. And it is even obviously clear that the pandemic has sent shock waves through the global economy, and people are really worried about their lives and livelihoods. Many businesses either closed or waiting for customers to return. Our customers are students, and we are also waiting for our customers, and it is a big and tough moment that we are living. So governments are stretching their spending capacity, and the stability of financial systems is also threatened. I think policymakers over the world are looking for ways to contain the spread of the virus, and hopefully this would be ended. And it also, the pandemic, I may not even talk about influences regarding this gender and the pandemic, but I want to emphasize my point is that despite the pandemic blocks universities links and partnerships, and we need to have to know that we need to resume the relations throughout the world, and international partnerships between universities are really beneficial to all, from the staff and students to the world as a whole. See, so this is a big point that I want to emphasize. Wolo University has started a number of international links so far, as the university has already established in 2015. It contained around 10 colleges. Within the 10 colleges, a number of international links were established, and with that of even the students, we have more than 25,000 students in different programs, regular and extension programs. And within this, we have also 85 undergraduate programs and 98 postgraduate programs with different disciplines. Within these disciplines, each of the colleges and each of the departments has created a link, international links and local links or partnerships, and this would be for the future need to be established, despite the coronavirus is making a serious problem for us. At a time in which forming those links has perhaps never been simpler, it has also never been more necessary. The rate of internationalization is growing rapidly, with unhindered communication channels and inexpensive travel. Universities across the world are already seeking to make the most of the possibilities this presents by forming global partnerships and fostering relationships with other institutions. So we can see why students benefit and how this helps you. Students of Assam downtown universities and world university students, what do they benefit from this link, this kind of link? This link never be just minimized with this international conference. The link need to be extended, as I feel. So, to paraphrase a popular saying, what is good for the student is good for the university. The number of students choosing to study internationally is constantly increasing. And for this reason, it is only logical that universities want to increase internationalization and attract applicants from across the globe. So as it is stated so far, in Ethiopia, a number of Indian instructors are present. More than 45 government universities are present, and a number of Indian instructors are coming and teaching. This is a big strong political exchange between the Indian government and the Ethiopian government. And this will be even more stronger for the future. But what is left is that Indian students are not coming here, but Ethiopian students are going there. Such kind of a link needs to be developed or need to be started for the future. So forming international university partnerships helps students recruitment in two main ways. For domestic students, it offers the opportunity to travel internationally via an exchange program. For example, I went to India due to an exchange program of ICCR, Indian Cultural Council Relation Program. I was sponsored by the Indian government and I went there. And due to this exchange programs, I pursue my PhD there and I just come back again. So this offers a big opportunity. It also enables the universities to better understand even the culture of other nations. I partly know that the culture of Indians. I miss India. I love India, to tell you frankly. Even how the cultural exchange is very essential, and how this cultural exchange makes the two countries more stronger politically, socially, economically also, even this culturally also. So thereby we can facilitating their marketing successes there. Additionally, arguably the main reason for pursuing higher education is preparation. It affords for life in the working world. So in globalized society where we live in, international collaboration is very essential, and the program helps by providing students with the ability to study, work, and travel in an international capacity. Plus, with the development of educational hubs in each of the countries throughout the world, attracting international students from traditional regions of recruitment may become more difficult. So, to continue competing, universities should invest. These two universities, perhaps also, for the future, they need to invest the cross-cultural university partnerships. Assam Downtown University and Wollo University need to develop, need to invest the cross-cultural university partnerships. So this is with that of the students benefit, how students benefit, and how this helps the students. When you come to, like the point is that we are doing today, how researchers and on a large scale, the world benefits. 1 in 5 of the world's scientific papers are co-authored internationally. As researchers, as studies showed that 1 in 5 of the world's scientific research paper is, or are co-authored internationally. In here, even in our university, I know a number of researchers are becoming co-authored. World University researchers with researchers in the Netherlands, the researchers in Syria, the researchers in South Africa, the researchers in US, and even in India. So at least 1 in 5 of the world's scientific paper is co-authored international. As a result of the expansion of communication methods and the ease of international travel, academics and also researchers are finding it easier than ever to collaborate with their foreign counterparts, and also can make the exchange of academic ideas much simpler to organize. The ability to scrutinize as well as debate and share experience is essential for academic and scientific accomplishment. Just as a constructive sense, challenges are being accepted and opinions and ideas is central to their development, and international collaborations help to facilitate this. Therefore, such partnerships have contributed endlessly to academic as well as scientific progresses. Researchers at the University of Wollo University, at the University of Wollo University, for example, worked with the teams, as I told you, from other universities. Maybe India universities or Assam universities. For example, I with my guide started to publish so far. You see, this is a point that I want to say. Through their research, they have even mapped out. These researchers, they can map out the issues leading causes and predicted what may occur in the future. So, which may even be beneficiary not only for in the country, rather for the world. So, how should you go about forming links? If you believe that this having an internationalization or creating some kind of collaboration with these universities, with student exchange programs, with researchers. So, how should you go about forming the links? So this is even a good breaking point for Assam Downtown University and Wollo University. Therefore, how should we go about forming links? Do the links might be even extended to the participants who are here from California University or from the Netherlands? And we need to have a strong link. We need students from India, students from Netherlands, students from USA. They should come here and they should go, and we need to send our students. Researchers will come and they just work their research collaboratively, and we need to make it more scientific and more innovative. So university partnerships provide a huge amount of opportunities for students and staffs alike. So along with these research opportunities, and previously I stated this cultural awareness institutes can offer international experiences, like including study abroad programs and staff exchanges. In terms of teaching, benefits include curriculum even development. We are also making our curriculum more accepted internationally, curriculum development, and also degrees formed in collaboration with the partner institutions. We can give also this one. Maybe Dr. Mangasha is also our vice president of all the university is also here. He may also elaborate the points in detail. But how should the universities go about forming those partnerships? Actually, the laboriousness of forming university partnership means that only those who are identified as being able to endure in a long term should really be pursued. Developing successful relationships is not just can be achieved in a short moment. Rather, it takes a long time from understanding the culture as well as the goals of each other institutions to ensuring compatibilities in terms of evaluatics, in terms of standards, in terms of policies, country policies, and it can also take a lot to forge a strong connection. This is before, I think, we can even consider how collaborations might, over time, be impacted by changes. And the COVID, as I stated in the beginning, impacted the partnerships and the internationalization or creating links with other universities, with research centers, or whatever. Therefore, such as like some staffings and fundings also a big problem, or they may change affecting the countries, such as even alterations of law and also government. For example, we as the World Law University, we have created a strong link with that of the diaspora community who are living in Europe and the United States of America. And that is even a good start. And many scholars and many scientists are also involved in here to support our university, to create a link with other universities and so on and so forth. And just like it is important to make sure that any university partnerships can adapt and survive in changing the circumstances. Research has shown that even the best way to form this partnership often seems from taking a personal approach. I know that Bijoy and Dr. Sensai are from the same department, and since they are from that one, so Dr. Sensai was in our university, and Dr. Bijoy is there and is now working. And from the personal positive stance, they have already established this link, and I just also wanted to thank you, both of them. Often this stems from taking, so the personal approach also can create this one. The staff, once again, are your best assets here. So to just wind up my point, one study highlights staff working relationships are the optimal means of forming connections through meetings or exchanges, as I told you, through ICCR or Indian Culture Council relationship programs. I have gone there and I just came back and also resume my job, but my connection with the Indian universities is, as usual, stronger. So the connections through meetings, exchanges, and academic events. Indeed, it was found that the relationships development only become more pragmatic once the initial connection had been formed, although good communication was still vital for success. Whichever method we are using, perhaps the most important aspect of partnership endurance is an alliance of ideas, an alliance of goals. This means that we can select institutions to be our partners with carefully while confirming at every stage that all members of the partnerships or the partners are on the same page. So to seemingly track and direct these international partnerships, our university needs to invest a number of platforms. We can even check our website, can check even our social medias, can check also our different platforms, and also with our relations for the future, so it be more stronger. So this is what I have to make World University and Assam Downtown University to be linked strongly in research, in like these conferences or seminars, or even in staff and student exchange programs and funding also. And hopefully we will do it on papers, not only in papers also. We'll do it even practically, and we need to have even a memorandum of understanding on behalf of the University of Assam University and all the university president and the vice chancellor. And then we can also create even opportunity to send our students and to pursue their second degree or first degree or their third degree, and you can also send your students and to have their and teachers also there. You can't just create with countries, foreign affairs, and so on and so forth. And lastly, I again would like to appreciate organizers and also participants from different countries. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for emphasizing on growing network. Despite of all the setbacks due to the pandemic, we indeed need to continue networking with different universities and come together like this, as you have mentioned. Now, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Assam Downtown University, Professor Dr. N.C. Talukdar, sir, to deliver his presidential speech. As he has a very important meeting to attend, we are keeping the Vice President of Academic Affairs, Wolo University, Ethiopia, Dr. Mangesha Aine, after Vice Chancellor's presidential speech. We welcome you, sir.
Hello. Am I audible and am I visible on the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible and you're visible as well.
A very good day and greetings to the distinguished personalities of the inaugural functions and all the eminent participants of this virtual conference. I'm extremely delighted to be part of this virtual international conference organized in collaborative mode by Department of Rural Development and Agriculture Extension, College of Agriculture, Wolo University, Ethiopia, Assam Downtown University. Assam Downtown University's vision is to strive for excellence in teaching, learning, research, and outreach programs where technology synergizes creativity for sustainably nurturing an academic and professional leadership that successfully reaches out in a spirit of openness, inclusiveness, and service to society. And university's policy in the recent time has been to enhance international collaborations in today's globalized world. Unless we strengthen our collaboration, our activities linked with other universities in other parts of the world, we're not going to make the progress we look for. So this has been a policy of the university to really strengthen the collaboration internationally, and this is reflective. This particular conference is a reflection of our policy. The various speakers of the session has emphasized also on the very need of this, and the Director of International Relations, Wolo University, has really very nicely elaborated, and I am also thankful to the keynote speaker, Pravina Ramanath, who dealt in depth the different dimensions that we need to address, and this particular conference will definitely take care of that. The gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary condition for peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. There has been, of course, significant progress over the last decades. More girls today are going to school. Fewer girls are forced into early marriage, which was the case decades ago. and more women are serving in parliament and position of leadership, and laws are being reformed to advance gender equality. This month USA presidential election result is a strong pointer to what is happening. But yet, these developments, despite of these developments, many challenges are yet to be addressed. The effects of COVID-19 pandemic could reverse the progress that has been made so far on gender equality and women's rights. The coronavirus outbreak exacerbates existing inequalities for women and girls across every sphere, from health and the economy to security and social protection. The pandemic has led to a steep increase in violence against women and girls. We are all aware about it. The newspaper or TV channels bring this to our doorstep every day. With lockdown measures in place, many women are trapped at home with their abusers, struggling to access services that are suffering from cuts and restrictions. Emerging data shows that since the outbreak of the pandemic, violence against women and girls, and particularly domestic violence, has intensified. While the governments and policymakers are fighting the global pandemic, the issue of domestic violence against women amidst the lockdown has received very little attention, and which is not adequate to bring relief to this painful issue. It is the shadow pandemic, as Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, has called it recently. Studies reveal that most of women employed in unorganized sectors are either laid off or paid with a meager amount of their regular salary. Trapped in their homes, they had to fend themselves from social, economic, mental, and even physical violence. The economic impact of the pandemic times aggravated the helpless situation of women, pushing them into category of vulnerable section of society. Thus, the need of social protection programs is very much felt to address such inequality concerning the decent payment of jobs, suitable working conditions, and security. Results of various observations and studies carried out so far have also shown the factors of domestic violence and other sufferings were due to the imposed lockdown and sudden terminations of jobs. Hence, witnessing and experiencing the present scenario of this outbreak and vulnerability, the questions are raised as to what protective measures to be taken to protect women from various sufferings. What will be the best approach to bring gender equality in terms of their rights, health, economic prosperity, physical and mental well-being? The objective of this conference is to promote necessary dialogue, exchange, and sharing of ideas and knowledge on the findings of researchers and academicians all across the globe to generate policy responses in the different dimensions of gender and development. Though this reinforced dialogue and in the light of the contribution of the different experts, a common reflection is expected to be undertaken from the regional perspective concerning different key issues identified during the 3 days of this conference. The conference is further expected to find out possible outcomes and suggestive social protection measures for promoting gender equality. The conference will thus contribute to the development of a framework for the policymakers based on the common issues and its solution. As the international conference will unfold over 3 consecutive days, I welcome all the delegates, notable speakers, participants, and interested viewers to this virtual international conference. I'm grateful to the many experts who have come to share their knowledge this week. I'm sure all will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges in the next few days. I wish every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome of this conference. Thank you, all the participants, delegates, and distinguished personalities who have been taking part in this conference. Thank you once more.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech. Now, I would like to invite Vice President of Academic Affairs, Bolo University, Ethiopia, Dr. Mangesha Ani Ejigo.
Hello?
Hello,
Yes,
Doctor.
sir.
May I continue?
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for your invitation and to have this opportunity to speak about my university and the conference at large. First of all, Vice Chancellors, Colleges and International Affairs Directors, Department Heads, researchers and experts on the field, I would like to thank you for your expertise to be here, and it is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to address you at this virtual conference held today, the 23rd of November 2020. I think I joined you some 20 minutes before, and I have seen everything up. It's very good. One of the pleasure of being here with you today is I want to explain about a few factors about my university. So you may have a very clear understanding about Wolo University. I hope you have gone through our websites, and I hope that speakers from Wolo University before me explain more about how the university structure, what kind of students we are engaging, what kind of program we have. I hope a lot of has been said regarding Wolo University, but I would like to say something. You know, Wolo University is located at Dese City in the Amhara regional state of South Wolo. It was founded in 2005, but officially established and started the teaching, learning, and research process in 2007. And in our country, Wolo University is one of the second generation university and has made very impressive gains in the past 1.5 decades. Currently, it is one of the fastest growing second generation universities in Ethiopia. As a first higher education institution, we have a tripartite mission. As you know, I think this is the same in all higher education institutions. We have a teaching learning process, we have a research process, we have a community service and technology transfer process. So we call it, this is a tripartite missions of our university. So with respect to the teaching, learning, research, campus service and technology transfer activity, we have 2 main campuses, and another new campus is coming as a medical school. So we have nearly 10 colleges. Some of them are institutions, one institution actually. And we have 2 schools, the School of Law and the School of Veterinary. We have the College of Engineering, College of Informatics, College of Medicine and Science, College of Natural Science, Humanities, Business and Economics, and the whole College of Agriculture. I mean, one of the main actors in hosting this international conference. So we have almost all 10 colleges, schools, and institutions. We have more than 80 undergraduate programs and 98 postgraduate programs. And our volume of accepting or enrolling students are gaining every year. And of course, we have more than 27,000 students currently in undergraduate and postgraduate. We have more than 1,000 active faculty members, including foreign status or expat status. Our foreign expats are related with establishing a very strong and foundational international relationship through our foreign or expat staff. And as a university, we are working very hard to educate our faculty members at the master's and PhD level, and we have more than 600 faculties on education. So, so our future is really very good with respect to the number of trained faculty members at the PhD level, especially, so that the research affairs will be booming in the near future. Especially in the College of Agriculture, where this conference is appreciated. So we have more PhD researchers in the College of Agriculture, and statistically speaking, Wollo University in the College of Agriculture, we have near to 29% of our faculty members have PhD holders, and all our master's holders, all others, near to 70% of the College of Agriculture is master's holders. So College of Agriculture is one of the most highly faculty concentrated colleges in our university with higher degrees. So our university is very much interested in to collaborate, as it is well explained by our International Affairs Director, Dr. Tesfaye. We want to collaborate with the international world, with international institutions for faculty exchanges, student mobilities, further PhD programs. So the opportunity to have this conference with AdtU is an excellent opportunity for us to host this international conference, at the same time, international relationship with respect to, as I have said, faculty exchanges, student mobilities, and a collaboration research. It could be in the research team, which is we are talking today in sustainable development and sustainable gender equality, and we have an excellence in technology. We have a separate campus in Kambolcha, another campus which is 25 kilometers away from the main campus. So we really appreciate an international relationship to connect with you. If we have, I'm not quite sure about your programs, but we have an excellent center in technology and engineering, that means in informatics, and we are really working to have an excellent center in biotechnology in the main campus, and our School of Medicine is also appreciated by our country, especially the ministry, to be one of the centers, the center of excellence in the country. So really, Wollo University is working very hard to have this number of center of excellences, and we want to collaborate with external world, international universities, so that we can enhance and grow more researches and teaching learning processes, technology transfers in our center of excellence. Having said this much regarding our university, I would like to speak a few factors about the issue under the conference theme, mainly the gender equality. I think I've seen that the issue, the thematic area, which experts are ready to present their research, is highly focused on sustainable gender equality during the COVID time. But I'm not an expert in the area, but I would like to say, I want to say, when we speak about gender equality, especially sustainable gender equality, it is not because of the COVID, but it should be related beyond and above the thematic area, because sustainable gender equality is, in one hand or in another hand, related with the sustainable development of any nation, the sustainable development of the whole world. So achieving sustainable gender equality and realizing the women's right, dignity, capability of diverse groups of women is a central requirement of a just and sustainable nation. It could be a sustainable world. So I would like this conference to focus on beyond and above the thematic area. Again, for pathways to be truly sustainable and advance gender equality, those whose lives and well-being are at stake must be involved in decision-making. and leading the way through collaborative action and engagement. We know that there are quite a number of, as the Vice Chancellor said, we have quite a number of international norms and standards on women's and girls' rights, and gender equality provide a solid base for advancing action to strengthen the vital role of women in achieving sustainable development. So our experts, our researchers should really focus on beyond and above the thematic area, because sustainable gender equality is directly related with the sustainable development of any nation. Because in most nations, if we speak statistically, we have 50 or more % of the population here in Ethiopia, for example. So without engaging, without active engagement, without sustainable gender equality, it will be impossible, improbable, even impossible to achieve sustainable development. So our research, especially collaborative research, our internationalization efforts should be focused on this issue. You know, ensuring sustainable gender equality is related with sustainable development, as I have said earlier. Sustainable development is economical, you know, social, environmental. So it ensures human well-being and dignity at large. Ecological integrity, gender equality, and social justice now and in the near future. So we need to deal much about the issue at hand, and I have said it should be focused on beyond and above. So as looking back and moving forward, so women's participation, girls' participation from KG to higher education can only be effective and meaningful, as I understand, when underlying gender power relations are transformed and when attention and support are given to women's specific knowledge and capacity. So researchers in the field and university leaders, higher education organizers should focus on this issue, so that by solving or by achieving sustainable gender equality, I do believe we can achieve sustainable development. I think this is what I want to say in my speech. Finally, I would like to thank you, AdtU, for organizing this excellent and successful conference with Wallo University, especially the College of Agriculture. I would like to thank you, the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Dr. Ali, and I would like to appreciate the RDA, the Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, especially faculty members within this department, including the department head, and the person who are responsible, Amara and Tensai. I'm humble and kind to say thank you for hosting this conference. I would like also thank you, our International Affairs Director, Dr. Tes B, for facilitating this kind of issue. And I hope this will be a new beginning in order to host an international conference virtually and to communicate with our international collaborators in conference, in research, and teaching, learning, community service, and technology transfer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you, sir, for being so warm and welcoming. We sure would love to have future collaboration like this. Also, thank you for sharing informative factors about Wallo University, taking your time and joining us. I would request Professor Lanu Devi, ma'am, head of the Department Humanities of Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, to speak a few words.
Thank you. I feel honored to have been invited to speak a few words. I am Lanu Devi, HOD of the Humanities and Social Sciences at Assam Downtown University, and above all, a mother of 2 daughters. The subject of gender equality is very close to my heart. It is 2020, ladies and gentlemen, what is gender inequality? People might naively ask, surely the men and women have equal rights. Let us examine that for a moment. We see female role models around us. Jacinda Ardern, the present Prime Minister of New Zealand, is a shining example of great leadership in 2020. Indira Gandhi led India, one of the greatest democracies in the world, and Kamala Harris, being elected Vice President in the US, brings hope to young girls around the globe. But the fact remains that for more than 200 years, Britain only allowed men to vote, and females only got the right in the year 1918. In the history of independence, we find that independence of India, we have noticed that we have only one prime minister, and America has not had a single president till date in all of its history. In fact, around the world, only 24% of the parliamentarians are women. Looked at through the prism, democracy actually does not seem to work equally for men and women. So we do not see much much of the young women in leadership, even this 2020. So what about the average woman? The World Health Organization has estimated that 1 in every 3 women in the world experiences violence. The UNICEF estimates that 650 million women around the world were married under the age of 80. Now this is very important, now which I want to read out. Our research shows that women spend at least twice as much time as men on domestic work. And when all work, paid or unpaid, is considered, women work much longer hours than men. And when the women get jobs like men, less than what a man doing the same job. This is actually a very pathetic condition, and the person from the US, she has spoken very nicely about how the women are lowly paid. We have cases of sports. Only from 2007, Wimbledon, in the Wimbledon Championship, men and women were paid at the same. So, the situation gradually in the period of COVID has worsened. The United Nations has said the impact of a crisis is never gender neutral, and COVID-19 is no exception. And I am seeing this at day to day in India. So I just pinned down certain points, certain of my thoughts, and I'll just read out. It will take hardly 1 minute. For the female domestic worker in India, the pandemic has meant that there is no longer a job for her. For the lady selling vegetables in the bazaar, it has meant that there are no customers. And for the woman who has a job, unpaid care and domestic work burden has exploded. Everywhere I turn, friends, colleagues, nieces, and even some students are finding the family, doing the dishes, looking after the children, educating the children, and taking care of the elders in the family. These are my observations. Unfortunately, this is not just in India, it is a global phenomenon. And the consequences will outlast the pandemic. So, I feel the governments must focus on the women on priority by providing direct income support to women, support for women-led business, and support for informal workers. And each of us within our families must begin to recognize that the unpaid work is work. And at the end, I just want to say that the deliberations that will take place in this webinar will create some positive attitudes for the solution of this big problem. And I hope our voices will reach the ears of the national and international governments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for addressing us and talking about gender inequality and, of course, all the setbacks that have been faced with this pandemic taking over. Now I would like to invite Associate Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. Minal Kanti Dev sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone. It is a great pleasure indeed for me to propose the vote of thanks to the inaugural session on 3 days international conference on strategic responses towards promoting sustainable gender equality, experiences from the outbreak of COVID-19, organized by Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, in collaboration with Kelem Meda Research and Book Review, Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, Wollo University, Ethiopia. So on behalf of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, I convey my regards and hearty thanks to Mr. Tes B. Gajhangen, Director of International Relations, Wollo University, Ethiopia. I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Madam Pravina Ramanathan, renowned human rights activist from Florida, USA. I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Mr. Mengesha Ayane Ejigiu, the Vice President of Academic Affairs, Wollo University, Ethiopia. All the resource persons spared time from their busiest schedule to grace the occasion. Thank you all resource persons for your very interesting and thought-provoking addresses. I sincerely thank our HOD, Professor Lanu Devi. I am thankful to our Dean, Professor Chandrakanta Gogoi, Humanities and Social Sciences. I sincerely thank Professor Vandana Datta, Dean of Studies, Assam Downtown University. I would like to thank Dr. N. Datta, Chancellor, Assam Downtown University. I would like to thank Professor N.C. Talukdar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Assam Downtown University, for providing encouragement at every point of time in the university. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team headed by you. Without your support and encouragement, it won't have been possible to take the initiative of organizing this conference, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Dr. Vijay Das, Dr. Asha Sharma, and Dr. Tinazay Temerat from Volo University, Ethiopia, for taking such initiative. I would like to thank my colleagues all colleagues of the department and participants, paper presenters on behalf of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as the fraternity of Assam Downtown University. Let me express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the IT cell and marketing section of Assam Downtown University. I once again thank everyone whose contribution is going to make the conference a successful and vibrant event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we have come to the end of the first part of this event. We will now resume the second part of our program at 1:30 p.m. Thank you all for joining. We all will resume from 1:30 p.m.
Okay, Afrin ma'am, just an announcement to all the delegates, those who are having your session from 1:30. So please be ready, and we will start the session exactly by 1:30 or 35. And we are sorry for the delay of the session, as we could not maintain the timetable due to certain time exceeding lectures and all. But indeed, it was a great session, inaugural session that we had with all the renowned speakers. With all my colleagues and all. So we'll be resuming our session from 1:30 exactly. Fine. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Arjak, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. We are just going to start within few minutes. This is your host.
I do.
Can I share my screen when I?
Yes, ma'am. You can try once for sharing your screen. We will just start the session after just 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll give it a try and then.
Yeah. That can be done.
Someone else is sharing their
Yes.
screen.
Yeah. Just a minute, ma'am. Go away, sir. You were sharing your screen.
On hold. It will unmute yourself, okay?
Yeah.
It will. You cannot use your button. Okay. No, sir. Cover
Presenting. Your presence will be present. Present कोई से भी धड़ी मोट होना ना है. No, no, बाकी काम तो सुपना
We are about to begin with our technical session 1 now. So I hand over the session to Dr. B.K. Borwa,
The moderator of the session. Yes, ma'am. You can share. Let's
Okay.
try once. Yeah. Because we're not.
Can you see the slide?
Just wait. It's coming. I think.
Yeah. Not? I can't see myself in the window. I don't quite know why.
Yeah.
No, we can see.
Sharing.
We can see your PowerPoint. I think
Okay,
it's
okay.
separately being
Only you can
presented.
see it.
I think
Okay.
you can start.
Is it visible? Is it visible?
Visible.
All
Yeah,
right,
it's
okay.
visible. Welcome, Professor. Welcome. We say welcome on our side.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
So that's why, sir. Tinse, we can start.
Okay, should I?
Yeah,
Or
just
do you need moderator?
Yes, please. We can start again.
So just let me know when I should get going.
Yes, ma'am. We will let you know. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is here? It's visible.
Or on one. Vijay sir, can you check if my audio is working?
Yes, yes, it is working.
Okay. All right. Sorry all of you for the technical difficulty. Anyway, so we have come to the second part of this program. So let's begin our second part. This second part of this program comprises of the keynote session 2, plenary session 1, plenary session 2, and technical session 1. This shall be taken over by our chairperson, Professor C.K. Gogoi sir, Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, and moderator, Dr. Pinky Barua ma'am from Sociology program. Now I hand it over to Dr. Pinky Barua ma'am.
With the permission of everyone present here, I would like to begin. A very good afternoon to you all. On behalf of the organizing committee of this 3 days international conference named Strategic Responses Towards Promoting Sustainable Gender Equality, Experiences of the Outbreak of COVID-19. Guwahati, Assam, in collaboration with Wolo University. I welcome you all, the chair, the co-chair, keynote, and paper presenter. I welcome Professor L.M. Harjog. We are indeed very, very honored to have you in this session.
Okay, should I do you want me to start?
I think she's just trying to connect. Professor,
Yes,
just wait.
Professor Lisa Harjog works at the intersection of political philosophy and economic thought. Between 2016 and 2019, she was professor of political philosophy and the theory of Technical University of Munich. Since 2019, she works at the Faculty of Philosophy and the Center for the Philosophy, Politics, and Economics of the University of Groningen, and she holds a master diploma in economics from LMU Munich and MSc in philosophy and DPhil in political theory from the University of Oxford. She has worked at or visited the Universities of St. Gallen, CH, Frankfurt, Maine, then Stanford, US. Then her job has published on the theoretical dimensions of markets, liberalism, and social justice ethics in the organizations and the future work. The current focus of her works are the workplace democracy, professional ethics, and the role of knowledge in the democracies. I welcome you, ma'am, in the session and technical session 1. Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to hand over this session to Professor P.K. Gogoi, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Assam Downtown University.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Sir, it is okay, sir. You please continue. Gogoi sir. Oh, ঠিক আছে sir.
Hello. Hello, am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
You are absolutely audible.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You are absolutely audible, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
No. Hello.
Sir, you
Am I
check your
audible?
speaker once. It is okay for us. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, it is okay. Hello.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Partha sir, you check once the voices.
Hello.
Partha sir is there?
Am I audible?
Can you off your mic, please? Can you off your mic, please?
Hello, am I
Chandra.
audible?
Chandra. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Just
Good
we can
afternoon
hear
to
you,
everyone.
and yeah,
This is
we
the
can
first
hear you.
physical session
It's
started
okay.
today for this international webinar. I welcome all the paper presenters to this session. And first of all, I request all the paper presenters to maintain their time schedule at allotted time. Please present your papers as briefly as possible. And I think after presentation, some questions should follow and some observations should be made wherever necessary. So please maintain the time schedule as prescribed in our schedule program. So first of all, I request Professor Alan Hartog, University of Groningen, Netherlands, to present his keynote session.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
It's very well. Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you see my screen, or is there something?
Yet not.
Okay. Then I'll get started.
গগৈ স্যার আপুনি স্ক্রিন শেয়ারটো বন্ধ কৰি দিয়ক তেতিয়া মেমে দেখিব পাৰিব
I couldn't hear. Okay, let me try once more with the screen, because I see someone else's screen, so it's a bit confusing. Let me see. Does this work? Can you now see the first slide with the title?
We can see it now. We can see it now.
Okay, then I'll start, and I hope it will work. I hear some noise in the background, but I hope it's okay if I just keep going. Okay, so my talk is entitled "Who Gets to Speak? Female Work, Epistemic Justice, and the Call for Democratizing Work in the COVID Crisis." And I would like to thank the organizers, everyone who's here, for inviting me to this international conference. I'm a philosopher. I'm speaking from Europe. We're all in lockdown now, as you probably know. And I hope I can contribute something that is valuable for your conference and your work. We live in a world in which work is distributed very differently between men and women. And of course, that takes different forms in different countries. But certain patterns are quite widespread. Family work is female work. Care work is female work. But whenever work is connected to power, it tends to be more male-dominated. And during the corona crisis, in many countries, especially when there were lockdowns, there was quite an interesting reversal of attention to different kinds of work. And it would be a little bit exaggerated to say that all men disappeared in their home offices and women kept working. Of course, it wasn't quite as black and white. But there was suddenly a focus on work that was often done, or is often done, by women, taking care of patients, preparing food, making sure the children are looked after. And also lots of work that is done by people from low socioeconomic classes and from migrant workers or migrant background. And there was suddenly an awareness of how much our societies actually depend on that kind of work. And the pictures I've put up here on the slide show something that happened in many cities around the world. People were clapping and singing for these workers from their balconies when they couldn't go out. So these are examples here from the UK and from Spain and from India, because there was this awareness, well, these people need to keep working in order to keep our societies going. And they were often then called essential workers. And in German, my native language, something quite interesting actually happened. They were called systemically relevant. And that term, systemically relevant, had been used before in the 2008 financial crisis for describing the big global banks. And you probably remember that these banks were then safe with a lot of taxpayer money. But now the same term, systemically relevant, was used for workers, many of them female workers, who keep our societies going. And I think this is the much more appropriate use of that term. And the question that this raises is whether this appreciation for essential work and the appreciation of female work that comes with it can continue after the crisis. Because what we see here is a logic of appreciation that is very different from the logic of markets, which is often used to think about work. Work is evaluated according to how much money you can earn with it in markets. But that is, of course, a very one-sided and arguably quite distorted perspective, because what demands a lot of money in markets is not necessarily what really matters in order to keep our societies going. Now, there are many perspectives with which one can look at this, but I here want to suggest one particular perspective, which comes from philosophy in my field, and mainly from a colleague, Miranda Fricker, and that's the notion of epistemic justice and epistemic injustice. And by that, Miranda Fricker introduced questions about who has a voice and who is accepted as someone who has to contribute to our knowledge creation. And she uses two technical terms here, but I'll try to describe it, and I think it's quite intuitively understandable. Testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice. Testimonial injustice means that different people are given different amounts of credit when they give testimony about their experiences. And historically, there are many, many examples about how the voices of white people, of male people, were taken much more seriously than the voices of women and other minorities. And of course, again, that takes many different forms in different societies, but it is something that you still see today when, for example, the percentage of male voices in the public media is much higher in many countries than the percentage of voices by women and minorities. And hermeneutical injustice means that our languages don't have resources for describing everyone's experiences in the same way. And a famous example of this is that for a long time in history, in many languages, there were no vocabularies for describing what we today call sexual harassment, and what it means to experience this. And of course, you can only fight against something if you have ways of describing it that make it clear to everyone what's at stake. And hermeneutical injustice means that because historically certain groups have been more powerful in society than others, their perspectives are embodied in our language and our cultural memories. And that's the kinds of words we use for thinking about experiences. But sometimes minorities have managed to actually coin new terms in order to describe their perspective on things. And that has often been an important step in fighting against injustice. So these epistemic injustices, injustices around knowledge, are often very complexly intertwined with other forms of injustice, socio-economic injustice, political injustice, and so on. And in the philosophical debate, other people have added other forms of epistemic injustice, for example, unequal attention that is being paid to different groups in society. The broader question really is who gets to speak and who gets to listen to. And it's quite interesting when you look at different countries, who actually got to speak about the corona crisis, which experts were asked. The male medical experts, or also female medical experts, or experts on other issues. And it is really interesting that historically, when you look at different fields of science, when women started to enter them, there were often changes in what these sciences paid attention to, and new areas were discovered, or blind spots were discovered. So for example, the history of medicine is full of examples where the prototypical patient was a male patient with a male body, and then the reaction of female bodies to certain medications or to certain treatments was considered only as a kind of afterthought because the model was a male body. Or for some diseases, it was actually the other way around. For some diseases, it was female bodies, and the fact that men could also suffer from these afflictions was not taken very seriously. And just to give you one example from my country, in Germany, in the first phase of the corona crisis, we had a very strict lockdown. Everything was closed, all schools, all childcare institutions. And the question of who would actually take care of children was treated sort of as an afterthought. Oh, yeah, women will do it. We don't have to treat this as a big political question. It was just assumed that families, and especially women, would somehow take care of kids and then organize their homeschooling via the internet, if there was something like that, at the same time as they were trying to work from home or going out in these essential jobs and continued working. Now, how can women and other minorities be given more voice in public decision making? I think that part of an answer is to democratize the realm of work. It's not the whole answer, but it's part of an answer. And the reason is that in companies, it's usually bosses who get to speak, and the employees only get to speak if bosses let them. I mean, those are the hierarchies you find in many, many workplaces. And in the philosophical discussion, Elizabeth Anderson has called companies basically private governments, because there's a hierarchy and authority relation, and you're, as an employee, you're subject to the authority of your employer. And in many cases, this is a deeply undemocratic form of government. You don't get to elect your bosses. And often, in many workplaces, the bosses are male and the employees are female. So there is also a gender imbalance that is baked into this workplace relationship. And in April and May this year, a group of colleagues and myself, all women in the first instance, we launched a call for democratizing work. 3 of us had written a manifesto, and then a group of 6, and then 10, and became more and more. We got engaged in spreading the word about this. And then became the Work Manifesto, and it has 3 calls. It calls for democratizing work, also for decommodifying work, so limit the power of market forces in work, and remediate work. So think about the environmental and climate crisis that is always going on in the background also of this corona crisis. And we managed to have this manifesto signed by over 3,000 academics from all over the world, and it got published in more than 30 countries. Here are a few of the examples. And I mean, it's probably too early to call it a movement, but there are now more and more people discussing about what it means to democratize work and to give more voice to employees, and thereby also to give more voice to women. Now, of course, this takes many, many different forms in different countries. For example, in many countries in the global south, the so-called global south, a lot of work is actually taking place in the informal sector. So the whole question of, okay, what is the official structure within which you'd have to democratize governance, it's not at all clear, and people are extremely vulnerable in these forms of informal work. So here, a first step for many companies would be to actually formalize the work relationship and make sure that workers have the minimal rights that are given to them as formal employees instead of being informally employed. Whereas in other countries, for example, in my country and other European countries, one of the key questions is, well, we do have some degree of employee representation in companies within our own countries. But what about when our companies go abroad and work in other countries? Do they also allow for union representation, of course? What's their attitude to gender equality when they have subsidiaries or supply chains in other countries? So what does this have to do with changing the relationship between men and women and fighting for more gender justice? I think the connection really is that capitalist power relations and many, many forms of capitalist exploitation really take the form of exploiting female work, just assuming that someone is going to do all the care work, and you don't have to pay them for it, you don't have to bother about how it's organized, and then also treating female workers often in a very problematic way. Now, I'm not saying that men are not being exploited in these structures, but if you look at the percentages of who exploits and who gets exploited, then it's pretty clear that in most countries that there are more men on the privileged side and more women on the disadvantaged side. And that's why I think that by empowering workers, we are also empowering women. And this is, of course, a long-term struggle. This is not going to happen overnight, but it is something that has, I think, an important contribution to make to the overall global struggle to try to improve the position of women. And it is something that can be done in the sense that there are successful democratic enterprises, for example, cooperatives. There are also many women-run cooperatives. And when one thinks about what it would actually mean to make our economic systems more gender just, then strengthening democratic employment is really one of the ways forward, because it strengthens the voice of workers and thereby it strengthens the voice of women. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Then I request, is there any question from any corner, or briefly, very briefly, sharply, is there any question? If there is no question, if there is no objection, then we can go to the next item.
Yes, anyone can have any queries or any discussions from MEMS and so.
Yes. If there is no any query or no any discussion, then you can go to the next item. Next presenter.
Hello?
No question?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
No question? No question. I think everyone is happy in her presentation. Thank you very much. Then I can go to the next one will be presented by Professor Madhurima Goswami on women and marginalities. Professor Goswami is from Tes B University. So I request Professor Goswami to present now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir, and chairperson and fellow participants who are there. I hope I am audible because
yes, very much.
Lisa Herzog's, I couldn't hear, came in fragments. I think I am audible, so I will try to finish it as fast as I can. Also, I don't have a presentation. I will be just speaking and sharing some of my experiences because COVID was such an unprecedented crisis that where we couldn't move out of our homes in the first phase, and then we could see that how there were, institutional betrayals, there were major layoffs happening in the country, also in the state of Assam and Northeast, and this was very unfortunate. We were caught unaware of this COVID crisis. We were not sure that something like this would happen, and so we had to also face the consequences. Now, we have been in Tes B University. I come from the Women's Studies Center. I'm heading the Women's Studies Center. Hello, Dr. Kakoli, I'm audible?
Yes.
There was a
yes, ma'am.
saying that I'm not audible. So,
You're audible,
my
ma'am.
topic that was given to me by Suparna. Thank you, Suparna, for inviting me, and also thankful to Assam University. Is women in marginalities. Women always has been, as we have seen since the historical times, that women, the category called women, has always been there in the periphery. There was a time in India, we can call it the pre-Vedic time, and times where, the women was at the center of the society. From there, she has been, removed from the center to the periphery in the margins. So she always lived a life on margins. So marginality, again, is the adverse state or condition of existence of individual or groups in relation to subordination or inferiority of individuals or groups that are at the center or mainstream. The difference between marginality and marginalization is paradigmatic. We can identify it by two ways. That is, one is the conceptual and theoretical orientations that are rooted in cultural marginality, and those that are anchored in structural marginality. Now, the kind of experiences that we had in Assam, for that matter, since I belong to this place, and we couldn't do much of field work, but these were our observations that we had seen, that women was, as such, women was vulnerable. COVID-19 has added to her vulnerabilities. That is the truth. And that is the most unfortunate part. I was talking to some of the medical practitioners, and still COVID is continuing. COVID is still not over. COVID is still continuing in India and all throughout the universe. We still can see and we can still feel its, that how it has deep-rootedly, how it has unearthed the entire social fabric of the country, nation, and the state. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Yes. My concern was for the people who were there in hospitals, and still I would say the condition in the hospitals which were turned into COVID hospitals, and all of us had seen in the social media, in the news, in the newspapers, and everywhere we had seen that the condition of the regular patients. And still this is being continued, though some of the COVID hospitals have been transferred from the regular hospitals and they have been taken elsewhere, but still we could see some of the experience that I would like to share was that when these pregnant mothers had entered these hospitals and they were asked not to come for regular routines till the COVID is over. So you see a situation where a pregnant mother comes to the hospital and is refused. She is refused a routine checkup because that is again a COVID hospital. And I have 5 such, because we were doing a survey, and I have 5 such cases where I have seen that the pregnant mother, after giving the delivery, also she left this world. Because first of all, she was not aware of the entire 9 months, which way she has to continue. She could not, at the right moment when she was about to deliver the baby, she was not given the proper treatment. One of the worst things that I see in this place, in this country or in this state is that these women, they do not rely on the public health workers. What they normally try to do is the women, because I'm concerned with the women's issue and the women's problem. What I see is that directly they never go to the health workers, they always rely on their immediate relatives or the family members. And it is the time is delayed, and which also worsens the condition of the mother who is going to deliver the baby. This is one such situation which we had seen with our own eyes. And the second situation that we had seen was that the hospitals, for that matter, had acute shortage of health workers. And these health workers, though they were health workers, they were not actually trained to cover such a disaster. Practically, they were not trained to actually equip with this particular disaster, and that was the worst thing. That was the worst thing. And for a long time, for a long period of time, because starting from March 24th till May 15th, what we felt was that most of the public health workers who were family people, because in the public health worker sector, we see that more number of workers are women. So they had left their families for long hours of time. So that was a kind of a pressure and a stress that they were carrying along with the COVID stress. So they were doubly stressed. Why doubly? They were triply stressed because some of them we could see they had very small babies. They had very small babies and there was actually nobody to take care of them. So most of the ASHA workers who have been working in the state had 2 different things. One experience was for the first time we realized that these ASHA workers are actually, the public health workers who can also work for such kind of a disaster. This was earlier not known. Earlier, ASHA workers were only known for, giving injections to the pregnant women, moving around in the rural areas and providing them the medicines and doing some kind of work like that on certain lines. But this COVID crisis has given them a special status. I'm especially talking about the ASHA workers, that this time, though they had a very unfortunate kind of a work scenario, because they were working and they were attached to, they were not even directly attached to the hospitals, but to the administration. But still we could see that they had been doing this 24 hours job. So which we see as a, and this is the juncture, this COVID juncture is a juncture which I feel has given them a special status. When I talk about these frontline workers, because they were there along with the doctors working that. And there have been numerous cases where women are reported to have suffered with health issues and suffer more to the delay in treatment. This was very normal, and this was very continuously we were getting, cases where we say that such and such mortality has happened because it has happened because, because of the delay in treatment. Now we have this government, additional director of health services, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, with whom we were interacting, and he was telling that the government has taken special policies to encounter this situation, to which we had a lot of reservations, because as what we could see, what was happening in the health sector, in the hospital sector, on the health sector, was not very encouraging at that moment. The next was my experience with Dr. Sunil Kaul, public health activist of Action Northeast Trust. He talked about that the public health sector in this particular area of Northeast Assam is prepared to tackle this disaster, but the only thing was that the women would come to this hospital or to the health sector only at the last moment, and this was this we had got from almost 50-60% of the women whom we were interacting. The speaker also acknowledged about the lack of timing of the health service staff. Most of the time you go to these centers, you won't find these public health workers. Even in terms of, when they were going to the antigen test and other tests, we have seen that the number of personnel, health personnel, who were actually inducted into this particular of carrying out this test, we could find that, because they had to wear this special suit and they had to change this suit after a required number of hours, that they would not be there and people would be waiting, and this entire concept of social distancing or physical distancing that we were talking about was not carried out there. So these are some of the, my own direct experiences that I've seen with my own eyes. Now, there was this Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists. I met Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, and we tried to, because we were not able to move into the field, and we were trying to talk about that, and she tried to explain gender and different role challenges of women, because when we talk about the marginalities, now who is this woman? Who is this woman in the marginal situation, or who is marginalized? If we try to look at them, we find that these groups include women who are in extreme poverty. They do not have anyone to defend for them. We have destitute women. We have women in conflict situations. We have women who are, because if you look at this thing of Assam, you will find that this is a place where, floods and other kind of natural calamities are like annual festivals. Women in the less developed regions, disabled women, widows, elderly women, single women in difficult circumstances, and women heading households. If you look at state like Manipur and all, you will find that you have a lot of women, and even in Assam, you would find a lot of households who are headed by women. Those displaced from employment, migrants, victims of marital violence, deserted women, and prostitute women. So if you look at the list of the women, you will find that you cannot take women as a category. You have to take women as a category. And in fact, there are various categories. There are infinite categories, and you will find all of them, all these groups, all these categories were, they were impacted by this COVID-19 crisis. Now, the problem with because people who are in academics, people who are working in people who are working in, say, universities, colleges, and schools, we had found that how it was difficult for the women, because we were not only burdened, say double burden, I would say, rather, I have said that we were triply and quadruply burdened, because to start with this online system of education, which India was not ready to take it with, because it was very difficult for us to actually go with this instantly at that point. You know, see, I remember May 15, we were asked to come back to the institutions, you know, and to start working. And it was very difficult for some of us of a certain age group, the senior age group, who were not very technologically, you know, very sound with running these classes and all. For them, it was a big stress, and especially women. Especially women were doubly disadvantaged in this particular venture. So the COVID crisis, which had impacted them in their private sphere, has also impacted them in their private sphere also. The number of sexual abuse, the number of harassment cases that we have found in Assam during this particular period of 6 or 7 months, the National Commission for Women, India, Delhi has given their statistics saying that it is this time, it is 2 times more than the normal scenario that we have normally regarding these cases. So we can very well understand that the situation of the woman at that particular time. You had families where, you know, the husbands have lost their jobs. The children were depressed because they could not go back to schools, colleges, or universities. Some of them were laid off their jobs, so they could not go and join. And the biggest trauma was, you know, the parents, they were not able to see their children because they were far away and they were not able to come back. So the state government took quite some time to bring them back. And so we are also very grateful to the government that at least they took this initiative in bringing these students and different working people. And the social mediation, how it worked in this particular situation was that how some of the businessmen, how some of the philanthropists, how they went forward and they helped these people. They brought people back from different states in India and tried to, you know, make them rejoin with their families. So you had, mixed responses, and this is for sure that we were never ready. We were never ready for the disaster. In the wildest of the imaginations, we were not sure as to how these things what will be the time span of this particular disaster and what's going to happen. Is it going to end? That was the biggest fear in our minds, and still it's continuing, because we are not sure that because the vaccines are not there. So you can see the kind of stress, and you can see the kind of, you can see the kind of impact it had laid, and it had brought in, the trauma and stress psychologically. It had made the woman very weak. So this was there. So we could have thought of a wellness program, like many things, for example, people started taking care of their health on their own because there was a fear, they were very skeptical about that any time COVID can strike them. So we could have gone through more positive wellness programs, wellness plans, wellness programs for the people, say you're starting from the schools to college, organizations, everywhere, so the people could have come together and they could have, for a temporary phase, even for a temporary phase, they could have, de-stressed themselves. So that could have been done for some time. And I also would like to, in case of India, I would also like to discuss and focus on the digital gender gap that we have due to the lack of the digital skill that the women were not able to access, various services during the pandemic. This was something that was very, very disturbing also at times. I myself also, I felt I had to do a lot of things, but I could not do because, I was not, earlier we had offline classes and we were more tuned to that human interaction and things like that. With this, slowly we were withdrawing ourselves. So this was happening, and the best thing that we could see was a lot of entrepreneurship programs it started. In the system also, the new education policy also says that we must include skill and things like that. And during this COVID times, myself, I have seen in my family, neighborhood, and everywhere that you had these small skills that were being for the first time. They were from all age groups. These were mothers, these were wives, these were children, these were youngsters, these were fathers who had come out, and for the first time they have all joined into farming, gardening, fisheries, farm fish. A lot of things had started. So I think from COVID we had learned our lessons well, that way we can say. But we had learned our lessons, and we also need to unlearn certain things, how to evade such a situation, because such a situation can happen anytime. We can have a worse situation than a pandemic also. But I see what I see, and I feel that there were 50% we had some very good learnings, and through which we can always have a very, what I would say, we could always have a good plan, a positive plan, to evade such kinds of things. And I think this is very important. And if we fail to understand, because I was going through and I was trying to write something on this particular topic, I could find that, see, in 2000 we had this national policy for empowerment of women, when this Beijing Conference Plan of Action failed in India. Right. So, and in that also there is this section where there is a special provision for a positive economic and social policy. So I think very well we could have taken this particular initiative, a positive economic and social policy, which would have helped women at least, to bounce back after this COVID attack. Right. So I can answer your questions. So I stop here. These were some of my experiences, though I had not been to the field, but this all has happened only through different telephonic and other kinds of interactions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I think there are two questions from participants. One is from Bijoy Das, Amare Mullah, and Bijoy Das. Pitaru Tadisi. So the first question is, how can we make a democratizing work with this world of high unemployment? This is from Amare Mullah. And
this is for
second, yeah.
Is that for? So I tried to answer in that the manifesto also calls for a public job guarantee as an answer to unemployment, but it's also interesting that many democratic forms of work, for example, for operatives, were actually started in times of crisis. And once they are established, the operatives are often better at keeping people in employment than capitalist firms that just, send them into unemployment when there's a crisis. So in that sense, public job guarantees and democratic work are actually nicely in sync with each other.
So thank you. Then the second question we have just now that from Bithanu Tadesi. The question is, what is the difference between testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice?
Yeah,
testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice.
Yeah, I apologize for these technical terms. So they are both subforms of this broader concept of epistemic injustice, and epistemic in philosophy means having to do with knowledge. So epistemic injustice is everything where there are injustices with regard to knowledge. And then testimonial means are you taken seriously as someone who gives testimony? When you have something to say, so for example, in a court trial, you have female and male testimony. Are they given the same weight, or are the women historically has often happened and will happen? And hermeneutical means are there concepts? I've also typed the right answers in the chat, so have a look there, and I'll put a link to the book in case you want to have a look.
Thank you. I think there is no question. There is no more question. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we can go to the next one then. So in the agenda of plenary session 2, now I request Dr. Ali Said Assam of Olo University, Ethiopia, to deliver his address. There is a brief introduction about Dr. Ali Said. Ali Said was a scholar. He was a scholar in studied in Haryana University in India, Haramaya University, the then Alamaya University. He did his MSc. Then, under the sponsorship of Agricultural Branch and Training Project of the then Ethiopian Agricultural Branch Organization, he was working for several years. He was in India also, I believe. No. So, okay, with this background and with this academic achievement of Dr. Said, now our participants are waiting to listen from him. I request Dr. Ali Said to present his deliveries.
Ali sir, you unmute yourself. You are muted.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Now I request. Now the next speaker, I request Dr. Ali Said of Assam, Olo University, Ethiopia, to present his deliberation.
Oh.
Hello? Can I continue now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I am Majid from Olo University, College of Agriculture. It is a good opportunity to attend this conference on the theme entitled Strategic Responses toward this Promoting Sustainable Gender Equality, Experiences from the Outbreak of COVID-19, organized by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Down University. In the morning session, our academic vice president, Dr. Mangasha, has well described the structure of our university, the colleges and the human resources available currently. Particular to our college, the College of Agriculture is one of the colleges in the university, having 6 departments: the Department of Agricultural Economics, Animal Science, Forestry, Natural Resource Management, Plant Science, and Rural Development and Agricultural Extension. Gender and livelihood related courses are primarily handled by the Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension. Such courses, for instance, rural livelihoods and social welfare, gender and youth in rural development, farming systems, and livelihood analysis. These are some of the courses that are delivered for the students in the department, as well as across departments and colleges. To brief some issues on the Kalameda research and book review, the Department of Rural Development and Agricultural Extension under the College of Agriculture used to conduct weekly Kalameda research and book review program since March 2019 to date. Actually, it was interrupted for some time due to the outbreak of this COVID-19 pandemic in Ethiopia in March 2020. Therefore, this implies that the impact of COVID-19 is multidimensional, not only on gender, on livelihood, also it also affected our teaching and learning process, the research activities, the community service, and everything else that we have done. To brief what is meant, we have named our weekly program Kalameda Research and Book Review. The name Kalam, it is Kalameda. Okay, it is an old name given to the where Wollo University is situated now and the surrounding area. Kalam, it has literally means, it is an Arabic word, a pen or an ink, and meda means a field. Therefore, Kalameda has literally the meaning center of education or center of learning. This is the area where Wollo University has situated currently. When we come to the topic, gender and livelihood, as you know, the occurrence of the novel coronavirus or COVID-19 was sudden. Being sudden, this pandemic had a multiplier effect, especially for poor rural women, where exercise in many aspects like marketplaces, work experiences, and the like were locked down. The impact is more vivid on women and girls who are already held back by gender and economic inequalities, as well as social aspects. Thus, understanding the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the livelihood and well-being of rural women is highly inevitable to seek options for the challenges. Due to this outbreak or the outbreak of this COVID-19, there were costs that are incurred on women and children especially. For example, things that are not accustomed to so far. For example, the use of masks, sanitizers, soaps, and even the payment on transportation because of social distancing, or to keep that of social distancing, the number of travelers in a vehicle was reduced by 50%, but at the same time, the payment for each individual was doubled. That has already incurred the cost on the individuals. On the other hand, revenue has reduced. Most of them were delivering or managing their life with small business. That small business was locked down. There is no other job opportunity and the like. And these conditions have created major challenges on women. Actually, the issue of promoting sustainable gender equity for better livelihood goes far beyond COVID-19 because it is our day-to-day issue. Therefore, the economic and social aspects, as well as issues that are special to gender and livelihood related to COVID-19, is well addressed actually by different scholars who have spoken before me. Therefore, I expect that this conference is very much interesting and will end up with good success. And I'd like to say that issues that are related to gender, livelihood, and other aspects will be well addressed, and the end of the conference will be fruitful. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was really very insightful. Is there any questions for Ali Said, sir? You can drop it in the chat box. Any questions?
Yes. Is there any question? I think there is no question. I think there is no question.
I think we can move ahead.
Move ahead. Yes, we can move ahead. So then,
thank you, Ali sir, for being a part of this.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Taking this event very, very.
Then we can move to the next
technical session.
Technical session. Yes. So after Dr. Ali Said spoke, microphone is on.
Yes.
Then we have still more 4 or 5 papers to go. The first, most of the papers are related with gender-based violence, domestic violence, and responses of gender officers towards present scenario. So I request now one by one, Now I request Dr. Himasri Kalita. She will speak on, her paper is mainly based on gender-based violence. So Dr. Himasri Kalita, I request you to present your paper briefly, taking your time.
Google sir, are you there?
So what happened? Next one.
Yes, sir. You may
Next
call
presenter.
the next speaker.
I have requested next speaker, Dr. Himashi Kalita. Himashi Kalita is not there. Then the next one is Mr. Suman Pal. Suman Pal.
Sir, am I audible? And
yes.
Sir, am I audible and visible? Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Sir, actually, due to some technical fault, I am not able to prepare actually a PPT presentation. So can I actually present my paper without PPT?
I request you should not take much time. Can you finish within 10 minutes? You try to finish maximum within 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you, and especially Dr. Bijoy Das for allowing me to participate in this seminar. So myself, Suman Pal, PhD research scholar from the Department of Political Science, Assam University, Silchar. The topic on which I am going to present is all about immersion in domestic violence in India during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we know that COVID-19 has become a serious pandemic in the present world. Till yesterday, around 58 crore people have been infected by the virus, and more than 13 lakh people have been killed. USA is recording the most cases till now, and India is in the second place. Since the COVID-19 has no any particular proper treatment, that's why all the countries across the world have been enacting various measures such as national quarantine, border closures, online work, school closures, work from home, physical and social distancing, lockdown, etc., etc. Although COVID-19 has serious impact over the health of the people around the world, it has other consequences too. For example, it has highly impacted the normal healthcare infrastructure, social care system, economy around the world, etc., etc. One such serious impact of COVID-19, which is being felt presently, is the immersion in domestic violence cases during this pandemic. It is a serious problem in the present world. India is also not an exception. During this COVID-19 pandemic, India has been witnessing huge hike in the domestic violence cases around the country. This is a serious impact over the health and security of women in India as well as in the world. In this background, the present paper is mainly focusing on two important objectives. First one is to determine whether there is a relationship between COVID-19 and domestic violence in India. The second one is to examine the factors responsible for rise in domestic violence in India during the pandemic. And third one is to trace the possible measures to solve the problem of domestic violence in India during the COVID-19 and the post-COVID world. If we see the definition of domestic violence, we will find that domestic violence is also known as domestic abuse or family abuse, which refers to violence or other abuse at domestic level, such as in-marriage or cohabitation. The term domestic violence includes various forms of violence, such as physical violence, verbal, non-emotional, then economic, psychological, reproductive, sexual abuse, etc., etc. If we see the relationship between COVID-19 and domestic violence, then we will find that globally several countries have reported an increase in domestic violence during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, the US National Domestic Violence Hotline received about 2,000 calls during lockdown in USA. Data reveals that before COVID-19, every third woman in the world has faced violence at least once in their lifetime. During the COVID-19, lockdowns have become mandatory, and impose of this lockdown and other measures to reduce the virus, reduce the spread of the infection, have led the sudden increase in the number of domestic violence cases around the world. Hence, domestic violence is being reported in almost every part in the world, for example, China, Argentina, Germany, Turkey, etc., etc. In response to this, on April 2020, United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres appealed the countries to take steps for addressing the global surge in domestic violence cases during COVID-19. The WHO also stated that due to social distancing, people are advised to stay at home, and this may lead to the rise in intimate partner violence. If we see in case of India, we will find that here nationwide lockdown was imposed since March 25, 2020 and continued and extended for a long time. This has hampered the economy severely. Another important impact of COVID-19 in our country is the rise of domestic violence cases in India. This has created huge risk over the health and security of women in our country, as they are the prime victims of this domestic violence. Various data reveals the fact. For example, according to the report of the National Commission of Women, NCW, cases of domestic violence had doubled during India lockdown compared to pre-lockdown period. From March 23, 2020 to April 16, 2020, the National Commission of Women received 239 complaints, mainly through WhatsApp number messages and emails. About 92,000 calls received by India's Childline 1098 helpline for seeking help against abuse and violence on children during the first week of lockdown. According to the National Commission for Women chairman, the real numbers, including women who have no access to emails and are unable to use the post during lockdown, would be significantly higher. Shalu Nigam, an independent researcher, in an article stated that the pandemic has been made adverse gender impact in two ways. First is on middle upper class women facing abuse in homes during lockdown, and second one is that poor women who have no homes or living in slums, or those who are on the roads walking back home, or those who are awaiting in villages for migrant men to come back. They are the worst sufferers of this domestic violence during lockdown period. If we discuss the causes of domestic violence, we will find that domestic labor is one of the most important reasons for rise in domestic violence during pandemic. During lockdown, all family members are at home. This has imposed extra burden on women's shoulders. Work pressure at home has increased. Women are now bound to prepare foods many times a day. So this is one important cause for increasing domestic violence in India during this pandemic. Then another one is that most of the Indians do job at informal sectors. During this pandemic, male members either do not go to work or have lost their jobs. This leads to poverty, frustration, and culminated into violence. Not only men, numbers of women have also lost their jobs during the pandemic, and this has also increased chances of getting abused of women by their family members or partners. Then the next cause is that lack of alcohol consumption. Today, a big number of the total population in our country consume alcohol. During lockdown, some alcoholic husbands did not get alcohol because shops are closed. And due to that frustration, they abuse women in an intimate relationship. While wine shops are opened by the government after a period of lockdown, a woman is reportedly killed by her husband in Uttar Pradesh because she refused to sell her jewelry to buy alcohol. So this is another important reason for rise in domestic violence in our country during this pandemic period. Another important reason is social and physical isolation. According to the researchers, social and physical isolation is one of the most important techniques used by abusers to distance victims from their support system. For example, friends, family members, colleagues, etc., etc. During the pandemic, social and physical isolation is a government-sanctioned approach. And this is also responsible for rise in domestic violence in our country during this pandemic. Then the next one is spending time together. Study reveals that when family members spend more time together, such as the Christmas, then summer vacations, domestic violence increases. It is also said that when families spend more time together, violence may occur without any specific reason. It is a common feature of human psychology. During the pandemic, family members are bound to stay together and to spend more time together. So this is another important reason for rise in domestic violence in our country. Now, the next segment is about the impact of domestic violence on women during the COVID-19 in India. So here, I have found many impacts. So 2-3 important impacts are, first one is physical abuse. During the COVID-19 period, domestic violence have been highly affecting the women in our country physically. Physical abuse of women by the partners or family members causes acute or immediate physical injuries such as burns and bites, fractures, broken bones, and teeth. It also includes severe injuries, including injuries to the head, eyes, chest, abdomen, etc., etc., and even death. Due to domestic violence, women are also suffering from sexual abuse. Sexual abuse of women by their partners or other family members leads to unwanted pregnancy, unsafe abortion, then sexually transmitted infections including HIV, pregnancy complications, then urinary tract infections, painful sexual intercourse, etc., etc. Third, another important impact of domestic violence is that psychological impact. Domestic violence against women have serious impact over women's psychological and mental health too. Due to rise in domestic violence during the pandemic, women may suffer from severe mental disorders such as depression, sleeping and eating disorders, stress and anxiety disorders, etc., etc. WHO reports states that those who face violence or abuse also experience abortion, which falls them into depression. Lastly, disruption in the normal healthcare infrastructure in our country has also created serious problem for the women in our country, because they are actually facing physical abuse, sexual abuse, then psychological abuse. But at the same time, they are not actually in a position to take any kind of normal healthcare system because it is not available during this crisis. So now, I'd like to focus on some important measures to stop the menace of domestic violence during the pandemic. So globally, if we see, WHO have launched RESPECT, RESPECT, to tackle violence against women. It is a program which was launched by the WHO. Then in our country, if we see, we will find that Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, PWDVA, was passed by the Parliament in 2005 and it was came into force in 2006. Along with this, the National Commission for Women have launched a WhatsApp number 721773537 to report complaint of domestic violence during lockdown period. According to the NCW, this WhatsApp number is in addition to the online complaint links and emails which are already operational. Besides this, some important measures that I want to suggest here. First one is helpline numbers must be operational. To tackle the menace of domestic violence during this pandemic, only launching a helpline number is not sufficient. The number must be operational for as many hours as possible. Along with this, providing additional numbers is also important so that more victims can reach out at the same time. Then the next measure is comprehensive plan. To tackle the problem of domestic violence during this pandemic, a comprehensive plan must be required. For example, WHO World Health Organization developed the LIVES, LIVES protocol. Here L stands for listening, I stands for inquiry, V stands for validation, E stands for enhancing safety, and S stands for support. So this kind of comprehensive system must be launched in our country also, so that we can tackle the menace properly. Then another important measure that I want to suggest is to prepare awareness programs. Increasing awareness about the causes, consequences, and remedies of domestic violence must be spread among the public. And it can be spread through social media like WhatsApp, Facebook, television channels. Several NGOs can be involved in developing awareness campaigns in our country. Then speed is also important. Speed means after reporting, speedy trial or action is necessary to tackle the menace of domestic violence. After identification of culprit, if there is delay in arrest, it will create more severe problem during this COVID pandemic, because victim and abuser will have to share same spaces. Due to lockdown and other social distancing measures, it may be difficult to separate the two parties if legal actions are not taken quickly. So the next measure is digital monitoring. Many countries have been using the digital monitoring of their citizens during the COVID-19 crisis. Specific apps can be launched by the government in this regard, and it must be open for 24 hours. Then the next measure is providing psychological support. According to various research, positive psychological support systems such as hope, resilience, optimism, and self-efficacy are vital for creating a positive mindset among people for a positive future. This is very much important when the environment is so uncertain. Then another last measure is preparing multi-ministry guideline at national level. During this pandemic, domestic violence have been increased, and standard operating procedure and budgetary allotments are very much important in this regard, and this can be done by the various ministries through a multi-ministry approach. So this is also important for tackling the domestic violence problem in our country during this pandemic crisis. After discussing all the things, I would like to conclude my paper by saying that COVID-19 has become a serious threat for the present world. There is a significant relationship between COVID-19 and rise in domestic violence in India as well as in the world. Although various reasons such as social distancing measures, loss of jobs, alcoholism are also playing very important role behind the rise in domestic violence in our country, it has serious impact over the health and security of women. History states that at the time of disasters, women are the worst sufferers. Women constitute half of the total population of the earth. They are like one of the two wheels of a cart. And balance between these two wheels is essential for moving the cart properly. During the COVID-19 crisis, when the environment is so uncertain, along with various measures, government and community both should take responsibility to ensure security of women at home and in the society. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Soman Par. Thank you. It is good that you have divided your paper into certain sections.
Thank you, sir.
Firstly, describing the issues in detail. Then you have discussed factors or causes of those violence. Then you have also touched upon the impact factor also. Now, there is only one question after your paper. That question was raised by Mr. Birhanu Teresi. I have just read the question. Almost the first part of the question you have already answered in your paper. Question is, what kind of domestic violence occurred during the pandemic situation, and how can we resolve such kind of problem? Mr. Suman Park has already touched upon some of the narratives about the two parts of the questions.
Since there is a question, you can very briefly reply.
Okay, sir. So actually already I have replied, as you say. So
Yes.
still I am actually giving the answer. Domestic violence, I actually include violence in various forms. For example, physical, sexual, then emotional or psychological. So all these are actually happening in our country during this pandemic situation. If we see the data of National Commission for Women, they are saying that large number of complaints are being actually reported from different parts of our country, where actually women are getting abused by their intimate partners or family members.
Yes.
And various reasons are also there behind all these things. Along with this, the next question that you have also stated, it is that what are the measures? So all the measures I have also suggested here. For
Yes.
example, actually digital monitoring system means actually the government must have to prepare some kinds of actually specific apps through which they can actually trace the what can I say, abusers, and they can actually provide protection to the victims as much as possible. Then at the same time, the government also can actually launch various kinds of awareness programs through which they can actually tell the people that what are the causes, what are the consequences, and what are the remedies that have been actually prepared by the government through which actually we can actually tackle the problem of domestic violence.
Both
Government and actually community has also responsibility to actually participate in this program so that actually the menace can be tackled in our country, because only government actually cannot actually fulfill all the problems. Because for example, mine, for the first time I will actually get my community. If I have any problem, or any woman, if she is actually getting any kind of problem, if her neighbor is good, if her community is good, then she can actually take immediate help from the community. The community can actually help her. At the same time, under the Domestic Violence Act, it is also said that a third party, for example me, I can also file a case against the abuser on behalf of a victim. So this is there also actually community can play very important role. Thank you, sir.
You mean to say that both governmental and non-governmental organizations
Obviously,
have important
sir.
and equal amount of role to play in this regard. So
Both
thank you
should
very
work
much.
together.
Thank you very much. I think there is no any more question about you in this paper. Then I can proceed. We can proceed to the next paper. The next paper will be presented jointly by 3 authors: Abdul Krime Muhammad, Amare Mullah, and Kinsaya Tamaret. That is by 3 authors. I do not know who will present. The title of the paper is Evaluation of Gender Office Responsiveness During COVID-19. The case of Desi Town, Northeast Ethiopia. Now we will listen about the situation in Ethiopia, what is happening. So I request the authors to present as brief as possible, as briefly as possible.
Okay, hello.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to present this paper on behalf of the remaining researchers, that is Amara Molla and Stinsai Tamrat. The title says, as you describe, Assessment of Gender Office Responsiveness During COVID-19, the case of Desi Town. Can I share? I don't know, how can I share to you the screen or the PowerPoint? It says that I'm unable to share my browser to share you my screen. Therefore, I am forced to present to you without a slide share. In Ethiopia, COVID-19 have been the first case of COVID-19 have been recorded. The first case of COVID-19 have been recorded in March 19, 2020, and then a number of disruptions have been occurred. For instance, a state of emergency have been declared, and schools were closed even including universities. Public transport have also been stopped, and the initiation of this research is that having a strong legal gender framework is the first step to promote sustainable gender equality. As an introduction, just Julia Smith in 2020 stated that gender inequalities exacerbate or it promotes outbreak, and responses that do not incorporate gender analysis exacerbate inequality. This is an excellent saying. And women and men, we are facing differently and responding differently for different pandemics, including COVID-19, as a result of variation in risk of exposures in different socioeconomic contexts. Female and males, they do have various or degree of exposures in which females are more exposed to the pandemic. We have also biological susceptibility difference for different infections, and socioeconomic characteristics makes women highly vulnerable for the currently occurred COVID-19. So global and national strategic plans for COVID-19 preparedness and response must be grounded in a strong gender analysis, in which this research is focused on. However, evidence shows that the gender analysis at global levels, policy documents related to these outbreaks even reveals a notable lack of gender analysis, and outbreak specific documents also lack gender analysis. Coming to the case of Ethiopia, Ethiopia has prioritized the advancement of gender equality through the development and implementation of several national as well as international plans and frameworks. For instance, in the 1993, the country has amended its constitution, which is assumed to be degrades the value given for women. The country has also ratified the conventions on political rights of women and that of CEDAW, or Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The adoption of the principles of Beijing Platform in the 1995, engagement in both Millennium Development Goals and that of Sustainable Development Goals, amendment of the country's discriminatory provisions in specifically family law and that of the penal code, and affirmative actions are some of the engagements that Ethiopia has actively engaged in. But with all these firm political commitments and positive environments created for females, women in the period of COVID-19 experienced, among other things, for instance, the first one is there is high rate of job loss. Females are highly suffered from job losses since they are highly engaged in informal sectors, and informal sectors are the primary victims of the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, their education is also threatened. The girls' education, girls and females are staying in home, and while they are staying in home, they are highly exposed for high domestic workload. With their job loss, with their higher domestic loads, they are also experiencing higher risk of gender-based violences at its various forms, both sexually and physically. There was also increment of avoidable traditional harmful practices such as early marriage. Therefore, with all these problems and assumptions, our research questions are: what specific actions have been undertaken by the office, and what challenges and opportunities have been there? Again, what gender responsive policy instruments have been implemented to achieve the goal of the office, and was there any distinct initiatives undertaken beyond the conventional approach, and how can the office strengthen its capacity to undertake or to achieve its goal of gender mainstreaming? Therefore, very in-depth discussion and interview were held with corresponding experts in the field that are employed by the office. Just to highlight to you the main overview of the structure of the office. The town level representative of the office is a structure that is extended from the National Ministry of Women, Children and Youth, established at the federal level, and it has its own structure at the level of the Kabale. Kabale in Ethiopia means it is the lowest administrative units. Therefore, as an office, it evaluates implication of different men and women of any planned action that is gender mainstreaming, how programs and projects are going to affect men and women differently at its levels, that is at the level of the town. It also invests to yield economically independent women and yours. As a result of this, the office has done much more. It has also integration with 24 different sectors that are found in the city. For instance, the main one are Technical and Vocational Development Bureau, which have provided a number of trainings for females to have their own business. Health sector is also another important stakeholder. Police and security, which are important to protect and handle the case of violence. Urban agriculture, which is important to to empower women economically, and justice office are few of the main stakeholders that that are working together with the office of gender. The office plans, reports, evaluates, and comment different gender-related interventions. And during this period of COVID-19, it has experienced or it has a number of reports with related to gender-based violence. The most frequently reported cases were identified as rape incidents and attempt to do so with that of physical harassment. And sources have identified that during this COVID-19, the gender-based violence in Amhara region has been increased by 43%, and in Desi town, it shows 100% increment. With regard to, or when we compare the number of reported cases during this period of pandemic and the last period of similar year, it shows 100% increment. This shows that how much gender-based violence is increasing during this COVID-19. Women face sexual harassment from their near relatives. It may be their father, it may be their brother, local communities, and even from others. And the most difficult thing is not only having this experience, but also females hesitate to report this violence. The first one is violence from very near family and friends. It is very difficult to report as a result of the social chaos that may be resulted after the report. That is one fear. The second one is women who experienced harassment may even be threatened not to report or publicize the case. That is again a double harassment. Again, women also fear isolation from the community if they report the case. Therefore, based on these three different reasons, females hesitate to report, and there is a difficulty in timely reporting. During this period of COVID-19, from March to July 2020, 22 cases were reported for the office. 22 gender-based violence cases have been reported for the office, and some of them are on the process, and some of them have already decided by the court. There is also a one-center approach or service established by the Desi Referral Hospital with three different bodies, that is the health sector, police, and justice. Therefore, what this office did is that, for instance, when a woman comes to the bureau to report her raping case, she will immediately be taken to the hospital, and then she will be given HIV prevention drug and post-pill birth control. But this is applicable if not the case, or what the case is not later than 3 days or 72 hours. Therefore, she is also made to make, she will also be given free hospital card and other services. And police also started his investigation immediately in the center, and the center is one excellent effort that is established by the Bureau. The Bureau also has another concern regarding sexual harassment, that is unwanted pregnancy. One thing that the office is going through is unwanted pregnancy, which lowers the self-esteem of the female, followed by resultant isolation and stigmatization of the woman and the women in the community. And thirdly, what is serious is it is common for infants born out of the social and cultural internments to be considered as taboos, and this further instigates a strong stigmatization in the worst cases, causing newborn in toilets, for instance, in ditch or somewhere else. Females who gave birth and who is pregnant and gave birth as a result of this harassment, she may throw away the infant in somewhere. In this regard, it was noted that the Bureau doesn't have the facility or facilitating adoptions, and even a center to keep newborn until adoption. There is no any center that newborns are kept until they are adopted by somebody else. So what has been done so far? That's the great question. The first thing that the Bureau has done is awareness raising. A number of trainings have been given for the community with regard to gender-based violence, with regard to empowerment, with regard to even COVID-19 itself, and a number of awareness raising programs have been conducted by the Bureau. And it says that you vulnerable groups, please stay at home. But this has also another difficulty. When females stay at home, they are exposed to very serious sexual harassment. When a female stay at home, they become very close with their male counterparts, who will be the case, will be the result of certain unwanted harassment. Therefore, staying female and male in a similar area means that just spending much more time of a goat with that of a hungry leopard. Therefore, there is also loss assessment and credit provision. For instance, by the Bureau, certain micro and small enterprises have been identified, and nearly $11,000 have been distributed for 2 years with 0 interest rate. There was also collaboration with different non-governmental organizations. For instance, Brahal Salam, a local NGO, it gives certain bread baking machines for certain number of females. And the other one is the Bureau has established ad hoc committees that have 2 different committees, or 2 different ad hoc committees have been established, which are called resource hunting or funding, and that of project proposal development committees. These 2 committees, they hunt or find resources, and they develop a project proposal to find certain resources and distribute for the needy. So if all this have been done, the question is what has been missed? The first thing is that a development and or revision of policies and programs is not yet made at a local and even at a national level. There is no any new initiatives. There is no any new policies and programs that are formulated at the national or even at the local level. Even from the side of the Bureau, no research is yet conducted by the office. Therefore, we do not have any disaggregated data with regard to COVID-19 that we can find from the office. Then third one, no attempt has been made even to strengthen the capacity of the office and coordination among stakeholders. It is identified that there is a very weak integration and coordination among these 24 different stakeholders, but still there is no any attempt that has been made to strengthen this relationship or this integration. There is also a weak integration and poor reporting habit from other stakeholders. Here is a direct saying from the expert. He says that we go each and every office on foot to collect these monthly reports, that is the report with regard to gender mainstreaming, but the sectoral office perceives as if this is not a mandatory thing for them to do so. Therefore, there is no any focal person assigned at each bureau, even though all 24 offices or all 24 bureaus are stakeholders. The other main challenge of the bureau during this pandemic is a steep shortage of human and financial resources. For instance, it is the mandate of the bureau or the experts to collect gender-related reports, and they go even on foot. All these 24 offices are addressed on foot. There is shortage of human and financial resources, and there is no also even psychiatrist in the office. And they said that even we don't know how to treat a woman that comes crying as a result of gender-based violence. Therefore, the stiff lack of social and lack of human and financial resource is another challenge. The other and difficult thing is low culture of immediate reporting by the victims. Victims sometimes they hesitate to report the case, and this low culture of reporting is another challenge that the office is experiencing. But besides all this, there are certain opportunities. The first one is involvement of multiple sectors. Even though there is a weak integration among all these sectors, the involvement of these multiple sectors can be considered as an opportunity in sharing responsibilities, burdens, and resources. And the second opportunity is gender equality policy and good political will from the government. The government have adopted several national and international frameworks, and the government is totally willing or positive with regard to gender equality and to promote sustainable gender equality. And the fourth one is recent appointments of women in leadership. For instance, the Ministry of Women, Children and Youth at the federal level is female. Just this is similar with that of the saying, who cares about the dead fish except fisherman? And there are different numbers of, or there are lots of women who are appointed at the position of the office, starting from the federal to the lower level or the lower administrative units of Ethiopia. The fourth opportunity is the nature of gender by itself. It is a very cross-cutting, and it is an emerging issue. Therefore, it can have support from the national and international governments and non-governmental organizations. Now, let me conclude my idea and the idea of this paper. First, there is the idea of gender mainstreaming is available at each sector, but it is shallowly handled and implemented. There is a structure, there is different arrangements to handle or to promote gender equality, but it is shallowly handled and shallowly implemented, and the livelihood impact that is brought as a result of this office is very minimal. The second one is, with exception of forming committees and inadequately budgeted initiatives to reach out to vulnerable women through raising awareness, for instance, and material support during the pandemic, there are no any evidence-based, distinct and pandemic-specific responses by the Bureau. Even the committee by themselves are ad hoc. Therefore, there is no any distinct initiatives that have been performed by the Bureau to promote the sustainable gender equality in the country. The other one is the performance of the Bureau is highly challenged by weak integration and cooperation among sectors and stakeholders. With this, considering gender as an extra variable and burden is reflected in other sectors. That means most offices are working gender blindly. There is also limitations of financial and human resources, low culture of immediate reporting by the victims, and sometimes even the experts perceive that the Bureau or the office by itself is very powerless. And even they demand the establishment of their own courts that specifically handle gender-related violence cases. So what are the way forwards? The first one is strong cooperation and linkage between sectors should be opted. As I have stated earlier, there is a very weak integration among all sectors. Therefore, what the first thing what we are going to do is that strong cooperation and linkage between different sectors. And second one is hunting resources to better equip use human, financial, and logistical resources has also pertinent impact. Again, the third one is sentiment building of the local community. The local community should stand on behalf of the office, and they have to say no for any gender-based violence, even during the period of the pandemic and out of the pandemic. Overall, capacitating the Bureau, empower and resource can achieve the objective of the Bureau. This is what we have for today. And if you have any questions and comments, you are welcome, or the audiences. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you.
I hope the participants have learned much about the role and functions of offices, mainly the gender offices, how they are responsible, how they are active during the condition of prevailing situation of COVID-19 cases, and how it's happening in Ethiopia. I hope you have the whole plan of your study is to present the role of governmental organizations in Ethiopia, as well as the community responses towards pandemic issues, particularly these gender issues in relation to COVID-19 situation. So thank you very much. Any participant has any question to raise? Any questions?
Move to the next presenter, sir. Next presenter.
Yes. Then if there is no question, we can go to the present next. Probably, I believe that this is the last presenter for today's session. I believe that Dr. Suparna Dhar has reported that she will not present. So I can go to the next. Mr. Jayanta Kalita.
Sir.
Mr. Jayanta Kalita.
Bhagoi sir.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Himashri Kalita ma'am is there, so she will also present. She was
coming now.
Yeah,
She's
actually,
coming now.
yeah, she was having some network issues, so she could not present that time.
Now Himashri Kalita will present or the Jayanta Kalita will present?
Let's Jayanta Kalita be present now, and after that Himashri Kalita ma'am.
Acha. Hey. Okay. And now I request Mr. Jayanta Kalita to present his paper. The title of the paper is Challenges for Daily Ways of Women in Urang area of Udalguri district, Assam. So, Mr. Kalita.
Yes, sir. Respected research persons and on the participants present here. The title of my present is paper is Challenges for Daily Ways of Women in Urang area of Udalguri district. So development of any area of the nations depends upon the educations and workforce of the people of that area. So we know the women are also the key agents of such development. They contribute a lot by playing a different role as caretakers, educators, entrepreneurs, farmers, labor, etc. Towards development. So no one can deny about their contribution towards the sustainable development of the society in particular and to the nation in general. But many women of the world are very poor, so eradication of poverty is a key challenge for rural women. According to Niti Aayog report, Udalguri district is the one of the backward districts of Assam. The study area for this paper, Urang, belongs to Udalguri district, so where numbers of having little skills or no education women are there. As a result, they need to work as the low-ranking occupations in daily basis by serving in different hotels, shops, small industries, and a home of different middle-class families. So these rural women plays a very significant roles in the Urang area of Udalguri district. So before going to detail of my paper, I would like to give a brief introduction of about the district of Udalguri. The district of Udalguri was formed on June 14, 2004 as one of the 4 districts under the Borderland Territorial Autonomous District by notification number ZAZB 137/2002/PT/117 dated 30/10/2002. This district was carved out mainly by bifurcating Dorong district and part of Sonitpur district. The territory of the present district was earlier Udalguri subdivision of the undivided district of Dorong. These districts falls under the Borderland Territorial Council of the Undivided District Borderland Territorial Council of BTC, which is a territorial privilege established according to the Memorandum of Settlement of February of February 10, 2003. BTC came into existence immediately after surrender of BLTF cadres. The BTC has 12 electorate members, each looking after a specific area of control called Samasti. The area under BTC jurisdiction is called the Borderland Territorial Area District, that is BTAD. The BTAD is to consist of 4 contiguous districts, Kokrajhar, Baksha, Udalguri, and Sirang, carved out of 7 existing districts, Kokrajhar, Bongaigaon, Borpeta, Nalbari, Kamrup, Dorong, and Shunitpur. The BTAD is created under the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. The study area Urang is a small area consisting a number of villages where no
Mr. Hello, Mr. Kalita.
Yes,
instead of going detailed into the district about its geography, about its other population, you should straight go to your topic of study, challenges of daily wages of women. Directly, you should go to the topic. Okay?
Okay, sure. Yes, sir. For this topic, I went through review of literature about labor of industrial laws and challenges and problems faced by women workers in India, and also the future of works, trends and challenges for low-wage workers. After the researchers, after recognizing the problems, doing through literature review, sets only the two objectives. That is, number one is to explore the economic standard of the economic standard of living of daily wage women, women workers of Urang area of Udalguri district, and second is to examine the problems and challenges faced by the daily wage women worker of Urang area of Udalguri district during COVID-19 pandemic, especially. Regarding methodology, the methods of the study are described as follows. The samples of the study have been designed following convenient sampling method. The population was selected by visiting area by researcher, as there is no registered list of daily wage women in the Urang area. The study is basically based on the primary sources of data. The primary data was collected through discussions and observation. The researcher prepared a questionnaire for the purpose of collecting data, but the respondents denied to fill up. So a total number of daily women workers were selected as the respondents of to collect data. The secondary data was collected from books, these theses, journals, websites, articles, newspaper, etc. The demographic scope of the present study was limited within the women daily earners of Urang area under Udalguri district of Assam, irrespective of their age, grade, and geographical scope was within the 3 villages of Urang of Udalguri district. So if we say about the challenges of daily wage or women earners, daily women workers face challenge if the following conditions are met. Number one is less and irregular payment of wages, lack of medical facilities, lack of job security, that is permanency of job is always uncertain, and next is low savings and investment, and lack of communication facilities, and also additional hours of work without payments, and also the lack of aid from the employer. So problems identify that daily women workers have worked a lot to their payments, though their payment is low. They often work on temporary basis and they find no future in that. They go through a feeling of insecurity because they are aware that they can be removed from their appointments anytime. Financial crisis become the end results of these workers when they lose their work. Finding no other way, they often resort of borrowings and loans, else their family is jeopardized. In addition to the above, daily wage earners are treated differently by the society than those who have regular type of work. Furthermore, the payment are often low and doesn't meet their daily needs. The researcher observed that these types of phenomenon at Urang area, the researcher identified the following of the major issues of the daily wage women earners of Urang area. Number one is they have no any pay scale of the daily wage women earners as per need, which affects their standard of living. Number seven is insecurity in job causes mental stress among the daily wage women earners, creates a disharmony at the workplace, causes health problems, and leads to various family and social issues. And number next is the wage earners' prestige and dignity is often at stake due to lower category of work, and it affects their social status. From our discussions, I have found some results that after analyzing the collected data, the researchers find the following results. Number one is 80%, 85% daily wage women has less than 5,000 income in monthly basis. Number second, 90% among them have been lost their work during pandemic situations. 55% work daily wage worker is the only source of income for their family. No one is number next. No one is ready to give money to them as land. Number next, shopkeepers also not ready to supply their daily needs in credit. Number 6, 15% daily wage women receive 30 to 40% income from their employer during lockdown without work. And all daily wage working women received a very less amount of goods like rice, dal, potato, chops, mustard oil, etc. from well wishers of the society as token of love or sympathy during this crisis. And only 30% women's daily wages workers received a small amount of money during lockdown period from the government, and 65% of family of the daily wage women workers spent many nights without food during COVID-19 pandemic. All daily wages women have spent their savings which they had and also sold their hen, duck, eggs, goats, etc. during lockdown to collect their dairy needs. So after discussing all details relating to the objectives of my paper, I would like to conclude it is true that the daily wage women earners are different than the regular salaried workers. It is also observed that the standard of living of daily wage women workers cannot be improved without the subsistence allowances, facilities, and payment. A good economic standard of living greatly depends on reception of regular payments, security of job, supportive facilities. So the researchers' ultimate aim is to draw the attention to potential administrative departments and leaders so that they consider the issues and challenges of these marginal workers and take a question to hold up and create viable policies that are beneficial for them. Thank you. That's all.
So thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We have listened to your presentation, and I request any question from any corner. If there is no question, I am compelled to go to the next paper. Thank you, Mr. Kolita. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now the next presenter is Dr. Himasri Kolita is coming late because of some technical reasons I could know. Dr. Himasri Kolita will present a paper on the shadow pandemic of gender-based violence and ensuring gender equity in emergency response. So I requested Dr. Himasri to present her paper as briefly as possible.
A very good evening to everyone. Is this slide visible, sir? Is this slide visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's fine.
Sir? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, visible. Yes, visible.
A very good evening to one and all present here. The topic of my presentation is the shadow pandemic of gender-based violence and ensuring gender equity in emergency response. The whole world is now sheltering from the global contagion of COVID-19. Social lockdowns have been essential in the battle against the current COVID-19 pandemic. However, this lockdown have succeeded over time with its side effects. The violence against women and girls is increasing globally as the COVID-19 pandemic. It combines with economic and social stress. But violence is not seen just only on the battlefield. It is also in the homes. The crowded homes, the substance abuse, limited access to services, and reduced peer support are exacerbating this conditions. The confinement is fostering the tension and strain created by the security, health, and the money worries. And it is increasing isolation for women with violent partners, separating them from the people and the resources that can best help them. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues, so this number is likely to grow with multiple impacts on women's well-being, their sexual and the reproductive health, their mental health, and their ability to participate and lead in the recovery of the society and economy. The shadow pandemic, with 90 countries in lockdown, 4 billion people are now sheltering at home from the global contagion of COVID-19. It's a protective measure, but it brings another deadly danger. We see a shadow pandemic all growing violence against women, heightened rates of intimate partner violence during the pandemic should not have taken authorities off guard. The UN Women has advocated loudly for actions to address this pandemic issue of the shadow pandemic of sexual violence. According to UN Women, this shadow pandemic is the result of economic, health, and security strains, which is brought down on the worsened by the movement restrictions, the crowded homes, and reduced access to peer groups and the social network. Under the leadership of Executive Director Pomzili Mlengo, it has issued a series of recommendations to help government, international and national civil society organizations, and the UN agencies to curb the widespread violence against women and girls across the globe. The statistical data around the globe, the nations of the global north, such as Canada, Germany, Spain, UK, and the US, suffered early waves of the pandemic and have already reported stark increase in demand for emergency shelters. As the pandemic spreads to Africa, the incidence of domestic assault is increasing there too. In South Africa, where COVID-19 cases have been concentrated, 140 people have been arrested and charged with crimes relating to gender-based violence. In India, the state-run the NCW reported a total number of 257 complaints received through emails alone related to various offences against women from March 24, that is when the lockdown was announced, through April 1st. Out of these 69 incidents related to domestic violence, while it's too early for comprehensive data, that there are already many deeply concerned reports of increased violence against women. In Assam too, where women are generally believed to be socially more respected, have been exposed to violence and crimes besides other burden falling on them. The opening of 181 services in Assam during the lockdown witnessed increase in registration of cases related to spousal violence and cyber crimes against women, which only reinforce the fact that women in the state may not have high incidence of dowry-related violence are highly valuable to spouse violence. In some countries, reported cases have been doubled. These numbers are also likely to reflect only the worst cases. There's a complaint, which is, these are the data received by the complaint by the NCW. The recommendations for prevention, to create awareness and messaging to influence the social norms through media, use public health channels, provide economic and livelihood support to women and the households, leverage remote learning opportunities during distance education, engage employees through the workplace, continue with or adapt community mobilization efforts, invest in medium and long-term prevention efforts to end violations against women. Some of the governmental measures, it is important for national response plans to prioritize support for women by implementing measures that have proven to be effective. So this includes integrating preventive efforts and services, designing some domestic violence shelters as essential services, expanding the capacity of shelters for victims of violence by reimposing other spaces. Gender-based violence preventive strategies needs to be integrated into other operational plans of justice and security sectors, moving some services online, stepping up advocacy and awareness campaigns, including targeting man at home. So this is important for national response to include specific communication to the public that the justice and the rule of law is not suspended during periods of confinement or lockdown. The gender-based violence prevention strategies, it needs to be integrated into operational plans of the justice and the security sectors for the crisis and the statutes of limitations on offenses. One cannot deny the fact that women hold societies together, whether be it at home, the nursing and caring, teaching and other caregiving services. Any pandemic situation increases this burden on women manifold. The grassroots and the women's organization committees have played a very significant role in preventing and responding to various crises. Helplines, the psychosocial support and online counseling should be boosted using technology-based solutions to expand the social support to reach women with no access to phones or internet. Police and the justice services must mobilize to ensure that incidents of violence against women and girls are given high priority with no immunity for perpetrators. The private sector also has an important role to play, sharing information, alerting staff to the facts and the dangers of domestic violence, and encouraging positive steps like caring care responses at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very brief presentation and very straight and clear presentation. Thank you. Now, anybody has got any question to raise, question to ask? So please raise. If there is no question, we can summarize present today's
Yes, sir.
session. I think there is no question. So I, as a chairman and moderator of this session, technical session, I wholeheartedly thank to all participants and plenary speakers for today's session. Very valuable contributions, very valuable observations they have made in the context of gender-based violence, domestic violence, and the role and functions of offices, voluntary organizations, government as well as non-governmental organizations. And the papers today have reflected in all these viewpoints. I thank you very much once again for your participation and for your present. And we hope to see you in future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end to today's program. I would like to thank everyone for taking out your precious time and for making the first day of the virtual international conference very, very insightful and successful. Thank you all for joining.
Okay, there is hello, Afrin ma'am, am I audible? Hello.
Yes.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
So tomorrow we have the part 3 of this series conference. So we'll be starting our program start at 10 o'clock. So you all are requested to join before at least 10 minutes before the program starts. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Vijay, are you there?
1997 to...
Oh, hello.
Vijay, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, it was very successful today.
Yes.
And we appreciate also what we did, really. So by tomorrow, it will be by 4 o'clock by tomorrow or 10. Yeah.
Okay, for us it is
to us
10 o'clock.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, number to dioksun. Me puana
So to us it will be at 7:30 in the morning.
Okay, fine.
Iman lage sir.
So, thanks. Actually, it was all of your efforts also. The teamwork. And after
It was our
all
lunch
the
time
day,
even.
after all the day, at least we have succeeded the first day and hoping for the best in the next 2 days.
Yeah. We appreciate it, really. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tini cup sour करने ना है बोले.
Can we log out?
Tini cup sour करने ना है.